Howdy, welcome to the stream today. Uh, I am going to be doing some testing of Game Porting Toolkit 2.0, which just had its full release yesterday, and we have some exciting news about various improvements. But of course, as always, they have not managed to put in any kind of change log, so we're going to have to feel around for what is actually working or not. Anyway, in the chat now, please make sure to comment. Make a chat, see if the audio is okay, just give a thumbs up, then I'll continue. Because last time I started the stream, which was yesterday, I started talking and nobody could hear what I was saying because for some reason my microphone wasn't connected to audio track 1. So let me know in the chat. So in the chat, can you hear me talking? Am I legible and clear? Just make sure to write something in the chat. So anyway, one thing that I'm going to be testing out today is God of War Ragnarok. So I've heard from the Mac Gaming subreddit and also the Apple Gaming Wiki Discord that this game is actually working now, and that's really exciting because this is the latest entry in the God of War series, and it just means that we can actually get stuff working. And yeah, I'll be testing that out. It requires an AVX patch. I'll be going through the whole process. Haven't really tested anything yet. So what I'm going to do right before I do my upgrade of Game Porting 2.0 on Crossover Preview is that I'm just going to run a benchmark just to make sure that we can do a fair comparison between this game and the next version of Game Porting Toolkit. So you can see from the enlarged metal HUD I've got on the top right that this version I'm currently testing is Crossover Preview, and it uses Game Porting Toolkit 2.0 Beta 3, and then we're going to try the full release in a minute once we run this benchmark. So I'm running this at 1440p medium, and I'll rerun it again after we upgrade as well. So we'll do the whole process. I'm kind of like winging it at the moment. I don't really mind winging it because it's all part of the process, just trying to get some footage ready for an eventual video that I'm going to do. So yeah. So taking questions in the chat. So if you've got any questions, just fire away. Abshek, hey Andrew, BlueStack recently released BlueStacks Air, which is currently in beta. What about a review? I'll be looking at that in the near future. So keep an eye out for that. I've been actually had a conversation with BlueStacks earlier this morning, and we're going to get access to BlueStacks Air, and yeah, it's going to be very exciting to try that out. And it's going to be a good comparison compared to something like Mimi Player Pro, which is a paid product. BlueStacks Air is meant to be free forever, so there are some substantial differences that could be there. Very exciting for Apple Silicon Mac, especially all those mobile games that aren't on the App Store, which is very exciting. Could you please test Dynasty Warrior Origins? I don't have that game. I'm not sure I'm going to test that today, but I will test it out soon. Just want to say thanks. I'm a new subscriber, and your videos are by far the best. I knew next to nothing about any type of emulation before your videos. Thanks so much. Thank you very much for subscribing, and thank you for the kind words. Okay, so before we do anything, we're just going to make sure that I get some good information about performance on this Mac Mini with the M4 Pro. So the same one I tested yesterday, 24 gigabytes of RAM, 16 GPU cores, and 12 CPU cores. So it's the baseline M4 Pro Mac Mini. Okay. So no frame generation, average FPS 53.31. So the first thing I'm going to do is test this out again, right? Once I upgrade. So I'm just going to show you this process that I'm going to use. Okay, so yeah, unfortunately, the Yoda Jedi 01, there are no patch notes. So we have to kind of just figure out what changes have been made. So what I'm going to do now is upgrade my Crossover Preview to Game Porting Toolkit. So if you want to try this out on your own, you can follow the steps in the that I'm following. But CX Patcher has also just released, Eman or Italamandara has just released a new version of CX Patcher. So this is going to patch the regular version of Crossover with D3D Metal 2.0, the full release version of this. And so you can do this yourself here. So just follow one of my CX Patcher tutorials and you can patch the normal version. However, today I'm going to be doing a different way of doing it, which is I'm going to be manually upgrading crossover preview. So I'm going to do this just because I want the latest versions of Wine, and I just want this to work correctly. So just be aware that what I'm going to do is not sanctioned and not supported by Codeweavers, the company behind crossover. This is something which comes at your own risk. It's don't go crawling to crossover if you have issues running this. So basically, on the Game Porting Toolkit website, on the developer.apple.com website, you can download this for free. Just sign up for a developer account, sign up for free, and then we're going to download the files that are involved. So there are actually two files that are involved in this process. One is the full thing of Game Porting Toolkit, but really there's also the evaluation environment. I think Game Porting Toolkit 2.0 DMG also contains the evaluation environments. So I'm gonna mount both, we'll agree. And then basically within the README, it tells you that you need to, let me just make this bigger. It basically tells you need to move a couple of files. So hopefully this ain't too bad. Let me see, just make this. You just got to move some files. So I'll just show you the Mac Gaming subreddit. And then there's a handy guide here. You just have to modify the instructions for crossover preview. So I got my crossover preview here. We're going to make a copy. I'm going to call this one GPTK 2.0. And we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it live. So I'm gonna modify the files within here. Okay, so I've got my GPTK 2.0. I've got my bottles set up from yesterday, right? And then what I'm gonna do is let's check out someone's put up some instructions here, which are just the same instructions that are included in the README, basically. Let's see. Yeah, so Matras is a user who's very handily informed me that this is working by coming onto the Apple Gaming Wiki Discord. And basically there are 3 files that you need to copy. So within the file, we have this external folder, then you've got this dylib, and then you've got to do the files within this external folder. So I'll just do it manually just to show you how it works. Need to see the chats on Kairam saying that Witcher 3 performance is better. Interesting. But still not as good as DX3K. M4 Max also gives an average of 50 FPS. Changing graphics settings almost has no effect on FPS. Okay. Are you talking about 1440p? Exactly. CX Patcher is basically the same, but on the regular version of Crossover, which is several months old now. It's not old, but I'm going to do this with Crossover Preview. Okay, so we've got the Game Porting Toolkit. We've got the evaluation environment, and then I'm going to open a new window, and then we're going to open up our crossover. So let's put them side by side. Let's get these instructions kind of working. So there's also the README, which I opened already. Let's follow these instructions instead. So let's try and do it properly, okay? Let's see. Okay, so we want to control click on our crossover preview, which I've made a copy of, to show package contents. And then within here, we're going to just modify a few files. So let's just get this correct. Replace crossover's copy of D3D Metal Framework and libd found applications crossover shared support. So we need to go to shared support. You know what? I'm gonna do this in this tree so you can see a bit easier. Shared support. Crossover, library 64, Apple GPTK, external, and then we need to copy over. So what I like to do here is double click on the folder that we want to get to, and then within the DMG file we downloaded from the Apple website, we basically have the same deal here. So we want to just copy over the external files. So the framework and then the libd3d. So these contain other folders too, but basically these two, you want to copy them over. Do you want to replace or merge? I think replace. That replaces the entire contents of the subfolders. So I made a backup, so we should be okay. And then we need ditto. Ditto just means copy. Volumes evaluation environment for Windows games lib external. Did I do that already? Is this everything that we need? So replace crossovers copy digital metal. So we need to. Yeah, I think that's everything, right? Those are the two files. We don't need anything else, right? If you in the chat, let me know. I haven't done this manually for a while. So I've just copied over the D3D metal framework, which is new. I mean, it says it's new. It's from the 3rd of January, so it's been modified. And the DY, this one is from late December. So I think that's should be everything, and we don't need anything else. The wine stuff is handled by crossover, so we don't need that. Let's just confirm this with the... yeah, we just copied D3D metal and the lib shared. What does this ditto step do? What does ditto do? Volumes, evaluation, environment for Windows games. I moved the external folder. Do we need to move the external folder as well? No. So I think I've removed everything here. What does ditto do? What does the ditto command do? Ditto command. I like doing things by interface because I'm not a terminal kind of guy. Ditto is just copying. Yeah, so all I did was copy so I moved these things. So this step here makes a backup of the folders. Okay, so it adds the suffix old, and then this one copies the file. So yeah, we basically did the whole step, and I made a backup of the files. Okay, good. So that means that let's close crossover preview, and then we'll close everything else. It's quite a simple step, to be honest. I made it more complicated than it needs to be. And then instead of opening crossover preview, let's open the version which I am working on here. It says here it's damaged. Maybe I should have opened it first. Terminal. Do I have to do this? Okay, I should do that. Always issues. I forget how finicky some stuff is on Mac OS, especially when it comes to signed applications. So I think I need to do it in a different way because I need to open the application first before I modify it. That would help. Okay, so I have to manually open it. Yeah, okay, good. So it's picked up my old bottles. Let's open up Steam. And if I can get the metal HUD to show D3D Metal 2.0 without the B3 suffix at the end, then I've successfully done it. And we'll see if there's any difference in Cyberpunk. Remember the Cyberpunk Mac port, Kairan says? They say it's early 2025. Do you reckon it'll run well on the base M1 since FrameGen is an option? FrameGen isn't really a performance enhancement for low spec machines. It's really something to take your 60 FPS game to 120 FPS. It's not really designed to go from 30 to 60 because it just introduces loads of input lag. Now, the jury's out about whether Cyberpunk is going to run on like a base M1. I reckon if you've got 16 gigabytes of RAM, you can probably run it on the base M1. But without 16 gigs, you won't be able to run it. It requires like 12 gigabytes. That's what it says on Steam anyway. If I go to the Steam store, if I go to the store page, then it'll show substantial, well, it'll show the minimum spec for Windows machines is 12 gigabytes. And that's quite generous because 12 gigabytes on a Windows computer, but yeah, see? Version 2.0, so we've got the right thing. So I'll just show you magnified. Yeah, 2.0, so we've got the right one. Yeah, so on a Windows machine, you have your dedicated RAM sticks that you put in, and you also have VRAM on your graphics card, right? So these two things are separated. So you've got system RAM and you've got your VRAM. On a Mac, it's unified. It has its advantages and disadvantages, but contrary to what Apple will say, RAM is not the same RAM is not more. Unified RAM is not more. It's less than what's on a PC. Okay, so just FYI. Okay, so I had this at medium. Why did it change? So I'm running this at medium 1440p. Let's do the benchmark. Try telling NVIDIA that. What's the difference between crossover and crossover preview? Crossover preview contains more of the later fixes. So if you want to run Marvel Rivals using then you'll need crossover preview. It has updated versions of things like Wine D3D, which allows you to run Red Dead Redemption 2 now. It's basically what crossover used to have nightly versions of their software, but now they stopped doing that because they were used to release nightly versions of everything every single weekday, every single working day. They would have a nightly release, and that nightly release would obviously contain new features, but obviously have major regressions as well. It would break things. There's something going wrong here. It seems like it's stuttering. I'm going to run this benchmark again when this finishes, so that it'll get a better result. So yeah, crossover preview is just, instead of releasing nightly, they just release a preview version every like 1 or 2 months or something, and then they just contain some breakthrough features which they kind of control. So the latest, they put a date on it. So the latest crossover preview is 2024-12-20. So released on the 20th of December. It just means that that's the latest version of progress. It's the version of crossover that is closest to the next full release. So what I'm using now is basically what's going to become crossover 25. Crossover 25, obviously a very exciting release. Okay, I had a hitches there, so I'm not sure what's caused that. So I don't think that's an accurate result. Just gonna run that again. Okay, so we had 53 before. It should be 53 or more, right? So I'll just see if there's any differences. Just gonna run it again. Okay. It occurs to me that I'm just looking at the Africa Gaming Wiki Discord. I should really try God of War 2018 as well, because 2018 has historically had a bunch of problems running the game in and rendering correctly, because Kratos would have these like speckly dots. There's some kind of metal driver issue, and I should really take a look at that today, because it'll be very interesting to see whether that is actually fixed by this new version. So Misha says, tried Cyberpunk through crossover on base M1 at 720p, got 20 to 25 FPS. So the base M1, does it have 16 gigabytes of RAM or more? Let me know in the chat whether that's the case. Alex, so if you ever look at my previous videos, I do compare, crossover and all of its kind of in the post D3D game porting toolkit world. There are many games that you could play both on crossover and natively, and there's a comparison between them. Okay, we got one FPS more. I'm gonna do this one more time, just to see if we get anything better. Because 1 FPS is a lot, but it's also not a lot. Maybe like 2% difference. I'm surprised, Misha, that you can run the Cyberpunk through translation layers at 8 gigabytes. Yeah, if it runs, it runs. Yeah. Irving says, can you use CX Patcher on crossover preview? No, you cannot, which is why I've done it through the manual method. So if you want to do this yourself, it's very easy. Log into the developer.apple.com website, sign up for an account. You can become a developer for free. Then click on the links for the evaluation DMG and download it. Open up your crossover, make a copy of it, replace the necessary files within the folders that I opened up. And then when you open up crossover preview, if you did make a backup copy, then you need to go through privacy and security and then manually open there, because it says it's like broken. That's to do with the signing of the app has been changed, so it's like not signed correctly anymore. And we manually open it, and this is exactly where we are. If you have the Metal HUD open, which I also have tutorials for, it says here Rosetta x8664 v2.0 D3D12. So that means that you've got the right one. If it says B3, then you're using the one that came with using the beta 3, which is the same as the one that came with crossover preview. Okay, so we are seeing a difference, maybe like 2 FPS. So that is actually substantial. Saying that 1 FPS will likely be the margin of error. Okay, I don't think that's the case. And to prove that, before we start diving into Ragnarok, I'm just going to run the benchmark again on the old version of crossover. So let's quit out of this. I'm just going to run some extra, get some more data, guys. We need more data. I think that is actually more substantial, okay, than this. Okay, so let's open up old crossover, regular crossover preview. And let's just do it again. It won't take long. MSync 1440p medium preset. Damn, your dock is fill. It's not really fill. I just didn't remove any of the basics, the built-in stuff. Okay, so after this, I'm going to go back to Game Porting Toolkit 2.0, and we're going to run God of War Ragnarok. And we need an AVX patch, and then we'll be done. Okay, let's do this again. Also noticing tearing in the stream does look smoother in real life. I turned VSync off, so that's probably why. And in games without VSync will look fine. There's only some games which have VSync which don't look fine, like Final Fantasy VII Remake. Kind of looks bad because it's got the thing. Okay, I'll run this benchmark twice. We're going to compare. So we were getting 54.93 with Game Porting 2.0 regular, and this is 2.0 B3. Okay, I've got the same number of stuff open, so it should be the same. We have 24 gigabytes of RAM here on the M4 Pro chip Mac Mini, so it should be the same. You know, that shouldn't be affecting anything. So hopefully we're gonna get to the right place. Okay, so I don't know why the video settings changed, because like I just set it to medium, and we'll run the benchmark. Fair enough. Okay, so how are you guys today? As I do this benchmark, it takes about a minute or so. You guys excited by the coming week, the coming deluge of native Mac games that are coming out soon? We've got some really exciting ones like Palworld and Cyberpunk 2077 and a lot of other jazz coming out very, very soon. We recently had Resident Evil 2, of course. Lots of other titles are coming to the Mac, and it's very exciting. And we also have next week, this time next week, we're going to be looking at potentially running Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. So Rebirth is the sequel to the remake. That's part two of the Final Fantasy VII Remake trilogy. And I'm really hoping, cross my fingers, that it'll run. Of course, I haven't finished Final Fantasy VII Remake yet. I've had like 3 years to play it on PC, and I'm completely unsuccessful in getting there. But yeah, I really hope that's going to happen. Okay, Kyran M asks, I'm going to be going to college soon, and my current Mac is the lowest end M1 MacBook Pro 2020. 256 gigabytes is a pain. Any suggestions on what Mac I should get? Okay. We know M1s are 3.5 years old now, so I would really think about upgrading. I really think it's a worthy upgrade. Okay, 53.69. Okay, this one more time, okay? Because it's probably very similar. That's very similar to what we've got. That's actually almost identical to what we had before. Then we're going to go into the meat of this. Cyberpunk is so boring. Yeah. Once people can play Cyberpunk on the Mac, I'm not sure how many people are actually going to play properly. You should get a new MacBook Pro 14 M4 Pro, 24 gigabytes of RAM and 1 terabyte SSD. I'm okay. I have an M3 Max MacBook Pro 16-inch. I'm quite happy with that at the moment. So I'm not really fussed about getting extra speed because I've got an M3 Max already. I would like an M4 Max, but I don't need to pay the price. The M4 is a really good generation of chip. If you can sell your M1 and buy an M4 MacBook, then I would seriously consider it. MacBook Air as well. The M4 MacBook Air is probably around the corner too. I just got off it right now. Okay, yeah. Not much difference. Is there any other updates on games other than that work through GPTK 2.0? I don't know. If you can get off the stream, figure it out, and come back into chat, then I will look at that. So this is actually higher than the other side. It's within the margin of error. So I would say zero difference in Cyberpunk. Not enough to conclusively say one or the other is better for Game Porting Toolkit 2.0. You have an M3 Max, yeah. If you've got an M3 Max, then you're probably golden. You don't really need anything else in your life. Good thing Ragnarok is such a small download, yeah. 175 gigabytes on my puny 200 megabit connection. Took about an hour, which I'm lucky I've got that 200 megabit, because on my old connection, it would have taken 3 times longer. Haha, Andrew, I'll try out Silent Hill 2 Remake maybe. It did work before, but not amazing. Okay, yeah, make sure you use the patches. Okay, good. So, what else am I going to do? I'm going to look at the patch itself. So what I need is I need the AVX patcher. So where is my AVX patcher? Okay, I've got to download it again. So God of War Ragnarok. Yeah, so I've just bought the game and downloading it now. Okay, so let's try running it first, because it'll show you that it went wrong without an AVX check. Let's just stop that. Okay, so we need the AVX patch. I was pronouncing this game wrong. Ragnarok. Here we are. So we need this AVX patch first. What's my favorite game right now? I'm very addicted to Balatro. I play it every day, and it's a very good game. I highly recommend that you play Ragnarok. Okay. If your CPU does not support F16C, then download this version. Okay. Yeah, so I'm playing Balatro a lot. I intend to try to finish. What my initial plan was today was to actually try and finish Final Fantasy VII, maybe stream that on a Mac. But to no avail. Okay, good. So it says here, God of War requires FMA, AVX2, and F16C. So hopefully this patch is going to fix that problem. So I've got this God of War patch, which I've downloaded. I'm just going to copy this. Okay. And then within our bottle, we're going to control click and open C drive. And then we're going to navigate to the default installation area for our game. So if we go to Steam apps, under the Steam folder, under program files x86, we've got God of War Ragnarok. And then I'm going to paste this file here. And basically, we're going to rename the old one Orig. And I'm going to rename this one Okay, good. So now that I've replaced the file with one that doesn't check for AVX and F16C, then we're going to launch this game again and see what happens. I mean, I've just been told that this works, so I don't actually know that it know that it works for sure. So we'll see how this goes. So it's running an install script. Let's have this go. I'll be testing The Last of Us, Uncharted, and Horizon Forbidden West later today. Doubt they work though. In the Apple Gaming Wiki Discord, there is something about on the Mac Gaming subreddit, Vladimir Prog did mention that Horizon Forbidden West works better, some of the rendering's better, so make sure to check that out, Mac Pro Tips. And welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining us. Last of Us would be interesting, and Uncharted. How to get or download GPTK2? Well, I explained it about 5 minutes ago, and I've got, if you look at my previous videos about manually upgrading it, that's an option, and you can also get CX Patcher to do it too. So loads of options. I will be making a video about it later. Valor Troy is the DLC where you play Valor Troy inside of Wooden Hall. Okay. Okay. Well, loading. Great. Okay, exciting stuff. Let's get my headphones on. So I've never actually played this game before, but it'll be fun to test. I like testing games which no one's ever really played on a Mac before. Okay. Let's turn up the sound a little bit. So Indiana Jones is a Vulkan game, so Vulkan games are always problematic on a Mac. Okay, so we've got our game porting toolkit 2.0, and Ragnarok is loading. So I really want to give credit to the person who helped with this. So it's called Mantara. Let me just go dig up the thread where I found it. Yeah, Matras posted this on our Gaming Wiki Discord when I was doing my research this morning, and then he said, "Yeah, this is working." So let's play. Let's do it. Okay, so data allocation limited. Shader compiler. Okay, let's look up. Okay, well, looks like it doesn't have the issue with what I had before is a problem with the blue specking on the character models. So if that's a real render of, if that's a real-time render of Kratos, then that'd be really interesting. So medium. Invert, yes. I think this looks good. So I'm playing with my my DualSense controller. So this is the real PlayStation experience, right? Playing this on a Mac. Exactly what it should be. Subtitles. Subtitles on, gameplay. Okay, it's compiling shaders. Ooh, God of War recap. What's that? Oh, this is exciting.
Boy's mother is dead.
She wanted us to spread her ashes on the highest peak in all the realms.
The gods of these realms don't take kindly to outsiders, trust me.
Okay, will the M1 benefit from GPTK 2.0? Yes, it definitely will. Depends on whether you've got 8 or 16 gigabytes. Everyone who says they've got a Mac should just, if they ask a question about a Mac on this channel, you've got to write down how much RAM you've got, because the difference between 8 and 16 is a lot. The only game I want to play is Red Dead, and it doesn't work. Red Dead does work. Red Dead Redemption 1 works with the DRM-free version. Red Dead Redemption 2 works on crossover preview. It's probably being improved substantially. It's it works if you have like over 30 gigabytes of RAM. Did you just compare CPU performance to previous beta versions of GPTK and the full release of 2.0? Almost no difference. Yes, that's correct. For the game Cyberpunk 2077, there's almost no difference in performance of D3D Metal, which is pretty much to be expected. So that's okay. Any Mac will, but it can't fix low RAM. Yes. 8 gigabytes is not very good. I mean, it'll run low-end games just fine, but what you really want to do is to have 16 gigabytes for the majority of these like AAA games. I mean, the exception of this is like GTA 5 single player. It works well with D3D Metal, and that uses less than 8 gigabytes. So those are good signs. Are you also going to try frame gen and upscaling? Yeah, sure, I can test those settings out. I think that'd be quite fun. Okay, so we have scaling here. So we can set quality. Performance mode still looks really good though. Okay, I hope changing this doesn't like kill the game. Oh, we can do. It's annoying that it applies the scaling method as soon as you press it, because I kind of just want to see what's available. Because if it's native, right, it shouldn't do anything. Is is TAA or FSR3? Is that which one's better? I mean, even here, if I turn it to ultra performance, we're getting 80. Performance is 64. Balanced is 58. Quality is 52 at medium settings. So we've got upscaling enabled here. Frame gen. So FSR frame gen. Let's hope it doesn't crash too badly. That's the main concern is just I want to play the game before it crashes. I just want to let the shaders compile first as well before I load the game proper. Okay. If you do, of course, get this, if you do want to actually test this out, make sure to use the link in the description for my crossover preview, crossover discount. So I get 20% off if you click the link, and it helps support this channel. So if you do decide to buy it because of me, then make sure to click on the link in the description. Okay. I hope I haven't crashed this because I just really want to see it in game first before we do anything. I don't want to have technical issues before we even get there. I think that turning on frame gen has crashed this game. So let's just restart this. Don't turn on frame gen. Okay, good. Let's reload this. Okay, let's try that again. No frame gen. Okay, we'll turn frame gen off. Okay, good. Frame gen is the only thing I'm waiting for on the GPTK versions. Not that would be a killer feature. But GPTK already has many games which use frame gen, like Spider-Man and Morales. So you're asking, what is the full release of GPTK 2.0? I mean, we don't really know what that means. There was the beta 1, beta 2, beta 3, continuously updated over the last year, over the last half a year. So I don't really know what has changed yet. They have not deigned to release a changelog, so we don't really know what it is. Is it the same method to get GPTK2? I've just demonstrated one of basically three methods there are to do this. 2 methods. Street Fighter 6 one's great on the M1 Max, but it can't connect to matches online. Okay. Have you seen the new snippets of AMD FSR 4 compared to 3? I have not. I'm afraid. Okay, good thing is that I didn't load the setting with frame gen turned on, because if that's what's crashing it, then at least we're booting in now. Let me just know if adaptive triggers are working. So adaptive triggers work really well on what was it? Death Stranding, and also many Windows games running through translation layers like Spider-Man, Remastered, Miles Morales, and other stuff. Okay, let's go back in here. Let's not mess around too much. So frame gen, I haven't turned it on. Let's set this to quality mode, okay? Quality mode FSR 3.1. That sounds like a good time. Okay. So if it's saying compiling shaders, should I be waiting for that to finish first? Or is this safe to start? I don't know yet. Yeah, I'm running this through a crossover preview. So this is the preview version. Let's just tidy up our lists, because I don't need Lists. I've done all of the lists that I need. It's looking pretty good for an upscaled game. Yeah, no white fuzzies. This is a big difference because the original game is problematic. Has those white fuzzy dots pretty much everywhere in the game, anywhere that, especially when it was dark and on the character stuff. Is Spider-Man Remastered playable on MacBook Air? Yes, if you've got more than 8 GB of RAM. So essentially shaders are still compiling, so there's a bit of stutter, so I don't really know if that's caused by shader compilation or the GPU being used up by compiling shaders or what. So don't take this performance as gospel because it might not be.
Oh. Storm is getting worse.
I'll get them ready.
Irving D says, I've installed my games on an external drive and then added the drive to both Steam Preview and... If you don't have to have... You just put the Steam... You make an APFS SSD or something, and then you put one Windows Steam library on the drive, and then you can point the library under the volumes under on Steam through Crossover, through Preview, or through Parallels, or through anything. Everything can point to one Windows Steam library, so that's all you need. Okay, Noor Ahmed, welcome. Oh, I just need to answer the door, just a sec.
Need help?
Okay, I'm back. Okay, I'm back. It's the Apple police. It's actually Amazon. Give me some more crap. I can't remember what I ordered. Okay, Noor Mohammed. I missed a lot how we're playing this using Crossover. We're using an AVX patch, and we're using the latest version of Game Porting Toolkit 2.0, which released yesterday, like less than 24 hours ago.
Ready.
Will Armor Reforger work? I don't know. I haven't heard anyone say that they've got that working. So if you get it to work, let me know. Okay, I can't tell whether adaptive triggers are working. Okay, I've got control now. It seems to be working really smooth. I mean, this is the shader compilation section. Audio is a little slightly off.
Got some sleep. Maybe he'll be ready to eat when we get home.
The audio is a bit stuttery. Maybe that's due to compiling shaders, though.
I know.
Maybe we should wait until the shaders compile first before we do anything. You don't need to compile the game, but you need to run it through the evaluation environment because we're evaluating the game right now. I'm really I'm evaluating right now. I'm not playing it, okay? Because remember, Game Porting Toolkit is not a way of playing games. It's a way of evaluating whether it's worth porting the game over because it already works through wine. It's kind of.
The state is not far. Get ready.
By when do you think Red Dead Redemption 2 will be playable on 16 gigabytes of unified memory? I think never, because it requires so much VRAM. There were just like hard limits, unless someone ports it to the Mac for some reason. I can't see what the tooltip says. Oh, the entity objects. Oh, I can steer using this. Okay. The sound is a little bit off.
Got you. You gotta get away from her. Up there. What's she? Look out!
I don't really like my fantasy games with American accents. Something that like takes it away from that. So we're still compiling shaders at the moment. So I don't really know.
Losing my grip here.
This is definitely an intro.
Protection stave is here.
Oh no! Freya, we're not your enemy!
Ouch.
Please don't make me do this!
Yeah. We need games like Marvel Rivals working natively on ARM. Max games like Resident Evil won't do anything for ARM gaming. You're right that single player titles are not where Apple should be focusing. It should be the live service games, because you know people play games like this, like God of War Ragnarok, Resident Evil 2. You play it for like 20 hours, 30 hours, and then you put it down and you put it away.
Becky.
Maybe you'll put 50 hours on it, but it's not like Marvel Rivals where people, or games like Overwatch where people like dig in and then they'll spend literally 500 hours, 1,000 hours. It becomes like a lifestyle thing with your game, with your friends.
I keep hoping she'll let it go. You saved her life.
I killed her son. There is no letting that go.
Yeah.
Okay, so shader compilation is about to finish, so I'm not 100% sure this is going to be indicative, but let's see, of actual performance. So okay, shader compilation is finished now.
Did bring on Fimbulwinter. Never stopped snowing after that.
Yeah,
day.
so Mac Pro tips, Apple has got to port these Sony
Everything will be
games.
better.
There's a lot of like good synergy between what Sony does and their strategy. They want their games to be sold
Be strong.
on multiple, all these publishers and platform holders like Microsoft, they want their games sold on more platforms. You know, and Sony's the same. They want their games sold on Steam, and it's a good fit for Apple computers. I just wish that there were more live service type titles on there. Apple should do something about putting Call of Duty on a Mac,
I got it.
because that itself would do way more than 50 God of Wars, you know. But yeah, it's cool and all, but I mean, as someone who can afford a Mac for $3,000 or $4,000 could probably afford a $500 PS5. You're right. This Mac Mini is like 1,400, so you know, you're buying crossover and then the game on Windows just to play it at 1440p with upscaling at 40 to 50 FPS is pretty. You know, it's
Go on, girls.
not a good proposition. Like from a financial point of view, it doesn't make sense. But if you happen to own a Mac, and if you, let's say you already bought an M4 Mac Pro for work, and then you think, okay, well, in order to get a PS5, you'd have to spend 500, but then to get crossover, you can spend between like $50 and $20 depending on the sales. Then you know it's something that is actually cheaper, right? If you just want to play that one game, if you just want to play Final Fantasy VII Remake or Rebirth or whatever, if that does end up working, if you just want to do that, then the crossover is a great alternative tool. So upscaling looks fantastic on this. I mean, we're in quality mode upscaling, and it's pretty good on FSR 3.1. If I put, let's try balanced. That still looks really good. This is when you get more speckly, I guess. Not that much better performance, so with low resolution hasn't necessarily done that much. Let's try it like native for a second. Native. So what we're talking about here, right, is true 1440p native performance. Is that we're looking at about 30 FPS at 1440p at medium graphics settings, so like 2930 in this section here. But really, the upscaling has done a lot of work here. So native to quality mode, we're getting a much more playable frame rate of like about 40. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to set this to balanced, right? Because I think that looks pretty good still. So I think we're approaching something like what quality mode would be at 1080p. This game's gorgeous, right? Nintendo Switch official trailer just released. Okay, let me know in the chat whether there's anything really interesting from that. I don't know, and if you want, I might check it out. Okay. So what are we supposed to do here? I've not played this game before, so you guys got any like big tips or anything, then let me know. Okay, I've just come here. Got our wolves. There's something stuttery about the audio, which is weird. I wonder if there's anything I can change with the audio, which is there's something like stuttery about it. Where's the stuttering gone at? Caused by.
You okay, boy?
That sounds okay. I haven't changed anything, but it's gone into cutscene mode. Oh, February Switch 2 release date, eh? Should I buy Switch 2? I barely use my Switch 1.
It's okay, boy.
Let me look up Switch 2.
You're okay. I know.
Okay, Switch 2 live update, eh?
Where's your food? Still hungry? Come on, boy. You need to eat. Eat.
The question about Switch 2 is that does it use the same accessories?
Really?
The Switch 2 looks exactly the same as the first Switch.
There you go. Good boy.
Audio problems due to patch. Okay. It's like F16C stuff, right? It's all the way that it does calculations.
You must prepare yourself.
Charlotta Gaming. I'm gonna come back to stream later, gang. Have a good one. Thank you for joining the stream today. Okay.
He is dying.
Mac Gaming patches audio problem due to patch. So Vladimir Prog, welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining us. So yeah, if you patch out certain checks, then especially if the CPU does certain calculations, but why would that be the case with audio? Is there some kind of like calculation based on
Fast and strong.
how the audio is rendered in the game engine?
Okay.
It's weird. Cyberpunk now available on the Mac. Really?
You can let go now. You have to let go.
I will try to fix this with my own patch. Okay, great. If you make a patch, I'll make a video. Try to do it soon because I'm going to publish this one tomorrow, probably.
No.
Yeah. So guys, click on Mac Gaming patches. If you're in the stream, right, make sure to check out his channel. Still on track to get 1,000 subscribers. I'll put it in the chat. Let me just get his YouTube channel. So Vladimir Prog. So guys, make sure if you're in the chat, make sure to go to his channel, subscribe. We're still nearly 700 subscribers now, so it's on 698. So if anyone's not subscribed to this guy, subscribe right now. Okay, so let's get it to like 710 today at least. I'm more interested in playing the old games. Recently completed Rise, Enemy Front, and now playing Tomb Raider. Yeah, Rise works pretty well through game porting toolkit too, like relatively speaking. Yeah.
No,
Okay, poor doggo.
it's the middle of the night.
I would almost die for a Doom internal patch. Well, if you install Asahi Linux, you can play Doom 2016 there, pretty good.
Why?
So make sure to try that out.
What for? Training is all we ever
Okay,
do.
great. 704 subscribers already to Mac Gaming Patches. Good. Guys, more.
We can't hide
Click
from
on the link in the chat for Vladimir Prog's patches. He's going to make one which hopefully fixes some of the issues here.
We are not ready. We'll go.
Time is running out.
Done, subscribed. Anything else, Andrew? Yeah, you want to super chat me for like as much money as possible. No, I'm just kidding. Don't have to do that.
Whatever Loki's supposed
Is
to
YouTube your main career or your side hustle? It used to be a side hustle, now it's a main career. I'm very blessed and lucky to have this as a job. I love testing out games that have not been tested before, playing with Apple products, getting them to do what they're not supposed to do. I think that's a lot of fun.
I just want answers.
And if those answers lead to war with them,
Asahi uses about 30 gigabytes, but really for the partition you want at least 100 so you can actually install the game. Because right now it doesn't really support the Steam micro virtual machine doesn't really support external drives, so you want to make sure that you have enough attached. Not supported in my country. What country are you in which doesn't have super chats? Mudazir Nazar. Are you like Middle East? South Asia? Let me know. Anyway, yeah, this is really cool stuff. I like to see this game working on a Mac. It's good. What was your career? So the last 10 years or so, I ran an IT home visiting business where I used to go to people's houses and small businesses and fix their computers and Macs. So I used to do that a lot. And one thing I used to do, I helped a lot of like rich families, and one thing that I did in the past was the mum asked me to like help their kid on their iMac. The iMac, they wanted to install this like grappling hook mod into their Minecraft on a Mac, and I started to realize that the Mac gaming landscape was incredibly underserved by the internet, because like you look things up and they were referred to old versions of Mac OS and old versions of Java, and the tools constantly change, but the number of people actually providing help and support and information and tutorials on Mac is like surprisingly lacking. So I just kind of slid into this. I was also fascinated by this idea that people didn't realize that their Mac computer, even like the lowly MacBook Air, could actually play games, because all you needed to do was just install Windows on it, and then you'd open up this gigantic world of gaming, which was way more expensive than on a Mac, right? And just people just didn't know. Like, people didn't know how easy it was. People didn't understand that there's actually a huge correlation between PC gaming and Mac gaming. And I'm also much more famous in a sense for founding the website PCGamingWiki.com, which is a large wiki of like technical support pages, which I've been drawing an income from for over 13 years now. So these things all coalesced into me starting this YouTube channel, because then I started to realize that this is, a career, it's like a thing. And I love doing it. I love testing and figuring stuff out and making tutorials. It's a lot of fun. Okay, let me just find more questions. Yeah, Pakistan, you can't, not surprised that you can't do anything with super chats there. IT. Well, you make a comparative video for M1 chips. A lot of people have that, but the graphics is not the best. I probably won't do that, because the original 2018 God of War reboot wasn't didn't run that well on the M1. It doesn't run well even on the M3 MacBook Air with 8 gigabytes of RAM, so it's not going to run well with the M1. Who's this?
Faye,
Are you ready?
Please test a
The
Nintendo
water
Switch
filler
2
near yourself
emulator.
sits atop your shoulders.
this is your hunt.
If a Nintendo Switch emulator comes out, then I'll definitely think about it. I do not want to get my channel copyright struck at all.
Fresh kill. At least it didn't suffer. Am I to decipher your grunting?
So this game so far is like a lot of cutscenes,
Yes.
a lot of emotional moments which I've not really absorbed because I'm doing this live stream.
Unmisguided.
Andrew, you do a decent job. To be honest, keep it up. Thank you.
We want to help.
So I can hear the cracklingness of the audio. So hopefully Vladimir Prog of Mac Gaming Patches fame
Sick wolf we
will help to
found
fix
beyond
that,
the
as he
sea.
did an excellent job with Ghost of
Found
Tsushima.
his way inside. As I said he would.
I can't seem to walk
should
close
have
to this
acted.
lady.
It was not our concern. Now it is.
So it's got this kind of Vaseline
The problem doesn't have to reach our
dream-like
doorstep for it to be our
graphics at the moment.
responsibility.
Am I in the dream at the moment? It's like foggy.
If we have the power to limit the harm it could cause, we should act. Who are we to hide?
Your voice is so deep, can be ASMR. That's very kind, thank you. Yeah, I face the same audio problem with Don Bradman Cricket, okay. I think this should have a playable frame rate on the M1 Max chip. If you've got at least 24 gigabytes of RAM, see this game right now we're using 18 gigabytes. You can see on the top right, 18 gigabytes is a lot of RAM. We are running this at 1440p though, just FYI.
Gonna make me pick that one up?
This guy's so scraggly.
Good boy.
Yeah. I think the main barrier to entry, of course, is the RAM. Okay, without RAM, then you won't be able to handle this game at all.
This way.
We've been playing quite a long time without any combat whatsoever so far. I'm not a huge fan of the way that a lot of these games take too long to set up. If you're using GPTK, then why does it say D3D12? It should say metal, right? D3D12 is metal. If it uses metal, if it didn't use metal, then the HUD wouldn't appear on the top right hand side. Okay, so the M1, I'm going to say this now. It's like I think that the M1 is not powerful enough to run this game, even with 16 gigs. There's like serious issues, I think, with the number of GPU cores. This machine has got 16 GPU cores, and like the M1 has like 10, and the slower GPU cores as well. I doubt that this will run.
Hence my bellowing.
I'm gonna try the original God of War a bit later today as well.
Sometime.
It cannot be far.
I wonder how CDPR will optimize. I think that they're not going to optimize for 8 gigabytes. I'm going to be honest with you. I just don't think it's going to happen, because if they could optimize for under 8 gigabytes, then they would have done it for the Windows version already. But they mandate that under the Steam hardware requirements, you need 12 gigabytes.
Suppose he took a shortcut through the realm between realms?
The stones have not moved.
So if Cyberpunk, if CD Projekt Red could have done it already, they would have done it. And on the Mac side, we have RAM, and then we also have video memory. All the textures and stuff need to be loaded in, and that all goes into unified memory. So it's the worst of both worlds. It's the best and it's the worst of both worlds. You can hear the audio here is like stuttering, and it's in what universe is that a locked gate? There's no chain or padlock or anything. the whole. Yeah, the audio is I can hear that it's pretty bad. Sorry guys. I'm gonna turn it down a bit so that you get a better audio experience and put it to minus 40 decibels. Doesn't sound good. Okay, can you explain what the 1% thing when we see FPS counts? Well, there's the average 1% low. The 1% low represents the minimum frame rate. So what's the 1% lowest frames that you can get? So, you know, right now we're running at 50 FPS, but sometimes the game will stutter and run at 5 FPS. And if that happens, then the average low is going to be 5 FPS, right? If it runs at 5 FPS at least 1% of the time, then that's a substantial like performance hit. I think an M1 Air with 16 gigabytes won't be able to run God of War, this game properly, I'm afraid. Let me turn it up a bit, I can hear it.
And we're not alone.
Okay, we're gonna get some proper fighting now, I guess. Execution. Brutal.
Look out! Behind you!
Execution.
Impressive!
So this is like a juggle attack where he launches them in the air. I really like this cool shield thing. I'm playing this on basically easy mode. The parry windows are quite... So guys, if I want to know if the adaptive triggers are working, what does that mean exactly? So I can feel the vibrations here. I can't feel the resistance. No, I can feel it a bit. It's a different kind of rumble. But I don't feel resistance. Oh, I can feel it. Oh, no, I can feel it, see? I can feel this kind of resistance. You can hear it. That means adaptive triggers are working, right? It's these DualSense games. I can feel this resistance. Yeah, that is working. That's cool. Oh, I can feel it. I can feel it. It's pushing. It's like force feedback. Yeah. Okay, good. I like how the snow deforms if you run through it. Oh my god, that's so detailed. The combat similar to Wukong or not that much better, or are they awesome? I'm not sure what that means. Wukong is a different kind of game. This is a kind of game where you
Trespassers. What happened here?
you smash a lot of enemies. I mean, Wukong is like there's a lot of really hard bosses which I fail at a lot. If you want, I can try Wukong later. I want to try after this. I'm gonna try the original God of War game.
A larger bear.
The 2018.
Destroy the tree. We must find Atreus.
1% low is the lowest frame out of 100 frames. Oh yeah, that's a much better explanation. Do you think 24 gigabytes is enough for 99% of games currently in 2K resolution? Yes. But you also, after the RAM, you also need the GPU cores to back it up. It's funny that you can walk forward and you can't jump over it until you press the O button.
Aha! Trails on the other side of that gap. If you hear the way idea what could have made the lad wander off.
He accuses me of...
Only sensible to a low profile after killing
reckoning
three of
will
his
come.
kin.
That is why Atreus must learn to survive on his own.
This is a prophecy.
Oh, it's sneezy today.
Just because the giants had you dead on
It's a
some
shame that
wall
this
full of
audio cuts in and out kind of with this
Believe in prophecies.
kind of
good.
sound, this kind of stutter sound, which is a shame.
What do you
Bless you thrice. Okay, thank you very much.
I'm skeptical by nature, though we have seen things that defy
So how many of you guys have played God of War
Speaking as the
Ragnarok?
smartest man alive,
And have you enjoyed it?
no bloody idea.
How do you rate it as a game? Okay, Frost Awakening. Cool. It's really cool that a lot of these, a lot of the AVX problems that we faced in the past have now kind of been fixed, which is really cool. Like these games, I mean, it does require hacking together. It's a shame the sound is not working properly. I really hope Vladimir Fox fixes this, because they've done a really good job with the sound design of this. I really love how the snow just deforms.
Where's that trail gone?
I can't really see it properly here. You can see like the snow deformation. It looks so realistic as well. It's a shame it doesn't like sludge up. Can't really see it properly because the FOV is too tight. Can I change the FOV? Can't change the FOV, which is a shame because like that, the field of view right would allow me to see this gorgeous kind of effect. Okay, so where was I going? I was going up here, wasn't I? Solid 10 out of 10. The game gets a bit nonsense-like. It doesn't have the same compelling narrative as the 2018 one, but great game and experience nonetheless. Okay, interesting. Ouch. Who's attacking me? Die, die, die. So we're playing this at medium at balance mode at 1440p. So you tell me what that actual rendering resolution is. Because if I try to run this natively at 1440p, we're only getting about 29 FPS.
But Atreus can handle himself. You've taught him well.
keeps telling me?
I don't think the M3 base model will run this very well because I ran this on an M3 before on an M3 MacBook Air and on a 2018 version of the game, the 2018 game, and it's just a little bit disappointing, I think. Granted, that was with 8 gigabytes of RAM.
We can find it quietly.
Even with 16 gigabytes, we're not. This game is going over that. So we are running this at 1440p, but I think it won't work that well.
Or you could do that.
It's cute. I've got this head thing that talks, which is cool.
Are these the raiders you rescued the wolves from?
No. They have not been here long.
Death from above. Attack so hard it just bounces from the ground. Ooh, just slice his head off.
The trail goes through here. Leads deeper in.
There will be more.
They've done a good design with the map and stuff, you know. You've got like trails of blood, glowy bits.
Well,
It's signposted, but not too much, you know. It's like... Do you know if this matters to these Epic or Steam version? I don't think it really matters.
that one's got a sling. Look out, brother.
Yeah, the parries are window. The parries window. This game's got a very chunky, kind of aggressive man feel for this. Will this run on Whiskey? I don't think it will run on Whiskey, but I'm sure you can check it out on the Whiskey Discord, see if anyone's actually got it running. Perfectly possible that might have worked. Okay, how do we get up here? Okay, let's go up here. Chunky, satisfying.
Are you here?
No mention of Ragnarok in the Discord. Okay, well, I'm sure that'll change in the next day or two. Because it's I'm surprised that what's the guy's name again? Manta? Yeah, Matras, right? Just decided, yeah, let's just try God of War Ragnarok. That's the thing I have to keep trying over and over again. Because like every time something changes, the game compatibility landscape completely changes too. So a new version of GPTK will unlock various things. In combination with crossover preview, it's like the cutting edge, you know. Dozens, maybe hundreds of engineers working on this kind of problem. Yes, a lot of the stuff is wine development. You know, that's really for Steam Deck and Linux. Oof. There's bad guys. How are the fans running? I don't really hear much in terms of fan noise at the moment. The Mac Mini M4 Pro is actively called, but I'm not really listening out to fans at the moment. I think it runs similarly to most of the other games. focus on killing this dude. Ow, ow, ow. This game uses 18 gigabytes of RAM at 1440p at medium settings, so yeah, you need a lot of RAM for this. Almost dead.
Behind you, watch out! Grab him! He's looking shaky, brother!
This guy's angry. Okay, we are running it. I'm trying to reduce the RAM usage on this. I like God of War 1, 2, 3 more than the new God of War series, yeah. I do have a soft spot for God of War 1 and 2, but I think they're a bit boring compared to...
Atreus.
What?
Atreus. Atreus.
It was the bear? What? Hi, are you using DualShock controller and are there adaptive triggers supported? Yes, they are. They are supported, which is really cool. The 9.24 in green, I'm not sure what that means. It's explained in the metal documentation, and there's a video about it. I never really understood what it meant yet.
I prayed Fenrir, and then I'm not sure. I was so sad.
The detail in this game is incredible.
And then I was angry.
Even better than the 2018 game, which is really good still. But it's crazy to think that 2018 game was 7 years ago. Like a long time ago now.
There was a bear
Thank you.
charging, and I charged back. That had to be a dream.
So, next game I'm going to try, now that I'm sure that this works, is God of War 2018. We should really try that.
I didn't know I could do that.
You did not do anything. They overcame you. That is why we must not abandon your training. I do not know
Interesting.
each of your abilities. They will be dangerous.
So guys, in the chat, what game should I try next?
You've already taught me
Let me just see. I'll make a
I
little
need
poll.
more than that. I need answers. Answers you don't have.
Answers only your mother had. Answers she withheld.
What if there was someone who could help us? Someone that could give us answers about the giants and who Loki's supposed to be.
Options.
Wouldn't it help to understand what I'm becoming?
Atreus! Listen to me.
Okay, I'm just gonna add a poll. Oh, see, is there any other games that work? I don't know yet.
Control. We will take no unnecessary risks.
Okay, I'm starting a poll.
Inaction
So
is
in the
also
poll,
a risk.
guys, just
You taught me that.
vote. Do you want me to try Black Myth Wukong, God of War 2018, or another game mentioned in the chat? So just put down a vote, and then we'll see how we get on. Yeah, so unified memory basically means that all the video textures, all the stuff that is normally in the GPU. So, you know, when you buy an RTX 4080 or something, it comes with 20 gigabytes of video texture memory. That's all the textures go. All the texture memory goes into the game. And then you have your system memory as well. So the Mac will have stuff to run the operating system in the background. Any other windows that are open, all that stuff goes into RAM. So add them together, and then you've got memory usage. This is a MacBook. This is an M4. This is a Mac Mini with the M4 Pro. I explained all the stats at the beginning of the stream.
This way.
Yeah.
So, are we going to discuss the boy becoming a bear?
Yeah. Are we?
Can you try Arkham Knight? Okay.
The protection stave and get home.
What happened to the protection stave?
I don't see evidence of a memory leak. It seems to be steady at 18.
Not blaming you, Atreus.
Welcome to the stream, JFK Productions. Thanks for joining us today. Very nice to see you here. Once again. Okay, companion attack.
Good work, Father. Nista!
Watch the fire!
Behind you!
Yeah, we're compiling shaders at the beginning, so I'm not sure that's 100% indicative of real performance. Why am I on such low health at the moment?
So, lad, besides your gift of language and hearing creatures' thoughts, are there any other new magical
Can you try the
abilities
same on the
you
base M1?
Not really.
What of Fenrir?
What about him?
When he died, he cast a spell.
I'm not going to test this right now.
But I saw light.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Trick of Fimbulwinter, perhaps? Seen my share.
On the M4 machine for No Man's Sky. You can play No Man's Sky on the base M1 with 8 gigabytes of RAM. You don't need anything fancy to play that game. Now this is going to be similar to the chests in God of War 1. Also the PSP games, which are excellent. It's interesting to see Wukong on the M1 processor because there were bugs. Yeah. I'm not sure I will really consider the M1 the base model anymore because really, in reality, the M4, you know, in very soon, you're not going to be able to buy an M. Well, you can't buy an M1 anymore, right? It's just not new one anyway. You can buy an M2 and an M. Can you buy an M2? Yeah, M2 and M3 MacBook Air. Those are still available. But in a month or two, you won't be able to buy an M2. So I'm less and less interested in performance of the M1. I'm going to hold on to my M1. If anyone wants to try Uncharted or Last of Us before I commit to like downloading it and failing to run it on stream, then make sure to try it out, please. Okay, I'm going to end the poll now. Let's see what the results are. Okay, 32 votes. Wukong 50%. God of War 2018 25%. Okay, let's do Wukong. Correction, you can't buy them from Apple. That's what I mean, right? The market for an M1 is less and less. It's like, you know, can you run the game on an Intel Mac? I mean, it's not an interesting question anymore. Monkey.
I didn't mean to.
Intent does not matter.
I tested the M4. I tested War Thunder on the M4 already, so you try that out.
What can we do?
Go back to my old M4 videos from November, and you'll see a bunch of testing on War Thunder there, so you can check it out there.
Course.
Artorias has become a shape-shifting bear, right? I didn't see that coming. So of course I'm going to feel a bit of affinity to bears.
Storms are coming.
Isn't it cold enough?
We are almost home.
This is God of War's not capped at 50. It's just because of the settings. Let's just test this out. Let's just try and get as high a frame rate as possible. If we try ultra performance, we're getting 60. If we put this down to So this is ultra performance at low settings at 1440p, running at 110 FPS. It still looks really good. I mean, upscaling is just like, it's just crazy, right? Okay, I'm just gonna pee and then I'm gonna load up, we're gonna load up some Wukong in a minute. Okay, right back. Okay, good. Let's just play a little bit with these new settings, then I'll load up a different game. That's just the lower M12 CPU version.
Another raider! To the left!
Incoming fire!
Left flank!
Almost dead.
Right side, incoming fire!
I'm playing on easy mode as well, I'm almost dead.
Wow. A lot of those guys.
It's been like this all night.
They must have been inside the
So
saloon
sound
when I
better.
fixed it.
Potentially better, yeah. Let me just play a bit more then. If the sound is better, I'm not sure yet.
Sometimes I really wish Tyr's temple still worked so we could get out of Midgard.
They say Fimbulwinter affects all realms, lad.
Okay, but how could things be any worse than here?
I don't have The Last of Us, but I have a bunch of different games on my backlog on. I'll try. I'll definitely try and see if this works. Nah, it's not bad. I can hear the... Yeah, it's some kind of... I think Vladimir Prog's right. It's some kind of CPU thing that's been... and he's sorting out. Well, you can see upscaling the most is with this fur. You can see the artifacts of the fur there.
Even
It's really cool to see that this is working properly. Because in the old game, there's all these blue speckled dots, so even on D3D Metal.
Some hitherto unhappened upon patch of forest.
Been a while since you've joined us.
Okay, guys, working good. Let's quit out, and we'll play some. The gamers have spoken. Black Myth Wukong. Now the question really is, right? Let's test Game Porting Toolkit 2.0 Beta 3. We'll test out the Beta 3. And then we'll test out we'll do the benchmark, right? And we'll do a comparison. And see if there's because I'm going to do side-by-side comparison with the benchmark tool. And then see if there's any difference. Okay, so this is Beta 3, the old one. Let's see if how this goes. Yeah, I think the sound is bad. So maybe just wait for Vladimir Prog to do that. So just leaving a link in the description for this modder called Vladimir Prog. Subscribe to their YouTube channel. They've got 710 subscribers now. Make sure to subscribe today. And you increase the chance of a patch being created that's going to fix those issues. So we had a similar issue with Ghost of Tsushima, where you had a problem with when we bypassed the F16C CPU requirement. Then you had some crazy stuff happening with armor physics in the game. But Vladimir Prog from Mac Gaming Patches manages to fix that. So definitely make sure to subscribe to his YouTube channel. So he did the Ghost of Tsushima patch, which is very good. Alan Wake, Horizon Zero Dawn Remastered. That might be worth checking out. Assetto Corsa Evo comes out in an hour. Okay, interesting. Okay, yeah, we got more subscribers here. Come on. More. 713. We can get it to we can get it to 720 today, right? I'll put the link in the chat. Make sure to subscribe to his YouTube channel. Getting to 1,000 is like a really big milestone for YouTubers. So make sure to check it out. So I'm gonna let this load. Subscribe to this one, guys. Oh, 7:15. We're doing it. I'm influencing. I'm influencing for the better. The chances of stuff improving in Mac Gaming substantially increases if we can help reward these modders. These are the guys who actually create the content that I'm showing you today. Can I use any cheap controller to connect onto a MacBook? I do recommend using something like a bit more substantial, like DualSense controllers are really good. Whoop. DualSenses are really good. So Xbox Series controllers also excellent. Those are the two controllers I recommend. If you cheap out, right, then you reduce your chances of compatibility, and you also reduce, it just adds a lot more faff to the process, Okay. Let's let the shaders compile for a bit. Which Logitech controller do you use on your Mac? If you're going to use a third-party controller, I do recommend the 8-bit Do ones. The 8-bit Do ones work really well. Oh, yeah. The Pro controller is really good. These ones are really good. They're all really good. Okay, guys. While we're waiting for shaders to compile, let's look at the Switch stuff. Nintendo Switch 2 is official. A teaser has been released. Hi, Andrew, just joined the stream. If you wanted to check out the stream, you could just rewind a bit. You'll see what I previously covered in the stream. God of War Ragnarok runs pretty much flawlessly, except for the fact that the audio, about like I'd say 60% of the time, is stuttery. Especially the dialogue, you're going to notice that. So if you are interested in having that fixed at some point, then make sure to subscribe to Vladimir Prog's channel. So I left a link to this in the chat. So just do it again one more time. So you click on this link, make sure to subscribe to this guy. He's going to work on it. So this has a chance of improving somewhat. Okay. Okay, just going to read this and then I'll come back to chat. Okay, the trailer. I'm going to cover some of this so I don't get... I'm going to get fully striked. I want to turn the sound down. I don't want to get... I'm really afraid of Nintendo. They're all bastards about showing their stuff. Ooh, wide kickstand. I think it's got magnetic controllers that dock in, right? No more sliding. The Joy-Cons are bigger. That's good improvement. It's got a port. What does that port do? Okay, that's pretty cool. Hopefully there's no Joy-Con drift. Magnetic snapping, that's a good... Oh, okay, there's a thing there. There's a port that snaps into. Interesting. Okay, I mean, they've got the right name, Nintendo Switch 2. It's a shame that they can't use the original Joy-Cons, I guess, because I have multiple of those. Got a dock. That Mario Kart game looks the same. Okay, this year, when? Plays Nintendo Switch 2 and Nintendo Switch games. So, this is ripe for emulation. You can see why. Oh, wow, 4th of February. Oh, that's so soon. That's like 3 weeks away. Probably not going to get one, to be honest, because I've got enough tech. I really like the idea of Nintendo consoles, but I just don't play them enough to really justify them. I've been burned multiple times now. Oh, probably $350 or £350. Only 8 gigabytes of RAM. This is a rumor spec. Nintendo patent shows companies upscaling. Okay. They used it US data format. When is the release date? Seriously, it's April. Okay, that's correct. April. I'm going to be in Taiwan then. No, I'm not going to be able to cover that. Okay, that's... yeah, the US date format is so confusing. Europe, April 11th. Oh, this is the experience. Okay, that's cool to see. That's cool. Guys, how many of you are going to get a Nintendo Switch 2? I like that they use the same format. So Nintendo Switch 2 plays both physical and digital games. And they're both compatible. So this looks slightly taller than this one. So they supports both. The Steam Deck is way better than the Switch. Like, if you're going to get one thing, a Steam Deck or a Switch, then definitely get a Steam Deck. It's way better. Depends on the games. Okay, well, interesting stuff. Okay, good. So we're 40% off. Okay, let me read the chat and then I'll take a little break and then come back. Are you going to do any other marathons? The half marathon that I did last year, I might do that one again. The ballot for that's coming out really soon. 12 gigabytes of RAM for the Switch 2. That sounds good. So if you ever hope to emulate that console, then we're going to need even more RAM than that. Absolutely going to get a Switch 2. Had every Nintendo console. Okay. Anyone here help me with the problem of Watch Dogs expired? Don't know about that one. I'm not giving Nintendo money. Besides, do they have games other than 200 versions of Mario, Zelda, and Donkey Kong? To be honest, I haven't played the other Zelda games, so Tears of the Kingdom, I haven't really played that, or even Breath of the Wild. Like I've covered it a lot. There's a lot of, it's a multi-generational game now. You know, it's that this open world Zelda. So we've got like came out on the Wii U, emulated. You can emulate it on the Mac really well using the new metal version of Simu. You can emulate it on Ryujinx, and now you can play it on the Switch too. So which is going to be better? I don't know. I had a Switch Lite and played Rocket League on it. Was fun, but very expensive games. That's the main problem with the Switch. It's like you buy a Switch for like $300, but then each game is $50. Now, if you just spent $300 on a Steam Deck instead, you could have bought hundreds of games for like $2, $3 on a Steam sale, and it's way more flexible. It's more compatible with like a PC desktop type gaming experience. Yeah, Valve has to make a Steam Deck too now. So the Legion Go S is probably something I'm going to try and get. With reportedly, it's about 15% faster at 15 watts, but it can go to higher speeds. So that's something that I'm interested in. Tears of the Kingdom is incredible. Makes Breath of the Wild look like a beta. Yeah. Getting M4 Max with 64 gigabytes of RAM in a few weeks' time. Glad to see a little gaming is feasible. Good. Yeah, a little bit of gaming, I guess, yeah. PSP for real men. You convinced me, Andrew, I'm getting a Legion Go S. Yeah. The Legion Go S looks quite appealing. Yeah, it has a Ryzen Z2. Speeds are going to be slightly faster. I just want to be able to play Ghost of Tsushima at 60 FPS without turning the settings down too hard. Second half of 2025. So Go S is really due to release soon. Yeah, PSP for real men. I mean, I'm quite interested in this type of format. They're also the I'm also quite interested in SPC gaming. So There's a nice subreddit about retro handhelds, which I quite enjoy, looking at these little devices which can play thousands of emulated games, like the RG35XX SP, which is basically like a Game Boy SP, if you remember those. They're cheaper than the Game Boy SP at release, and they can run like RetroArch or other types of emulators. And some of them are Android, some of them are Linux. They run. They're like dedicated consoles that can play dozens of different systems and titles. You could put them an SD card with a few thousand games on it. They're interesting. I'm not sure I spend that much time actually playing the games on them, but the idea of setting them up and playing them is a lot of fun, I think. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm just going to take a little tiny break while the shaded compilation is continuing. I'll be right back. Okay, we are back. Okay, shaded compilation is nearly done. So here we go. I tried playing the first God of War on my Mac. It stutters a lot. Yeah. Which M1 have you got? Have you got 8 gigabytes RAM or 16? When I said 200 version of Mario, it's actually 300. That's not correct, is it? There are a lot of versions of Mario. How many Mario games are there? Because there's a lot in the series. Mario games, how many? Yeah. There are a lot of Mario games. Like mainline Mario games, not that many. Maybe like 20 or something. Maybe like 20 or. But in terms of games, non-mainline games, yeah. Okay, cool. Looks like we're done. Just need to agree to this. The iPad Mini is a good portable GBA NDS console. I mean, if I'm gonna say what's a good console, I'll just use a phone to do that. Now that iPhones have got emulators from the App Store, then why use anything else? Why is my controller not working? Okay, let's run the benchmark. Let's turn frame gen off. Let's play that medium. Let's run the bench. Okay, so this is medium FSR. This is a medium with frame generation off and ray tracing off. Let's run the benchmark. So sometimes that the grass renders differently. So we'll test it out. So this version of the game, running the game porting toolkit beta 3. So this is the old version. We'll turn this off and then do this again in a minute. Got some real data. I do like the idea of the phone being able to act as a pretty decent console with these new emulators. What is fascinating, I think, is like the way that controllers work now. So there's a really interesting controller I saw for the phone, which I backed on Kickstarter, called the MCon. Have any of you guys heard of the MCon controller? I'll show you after the benchmark, but it's like it solves one of the biggest issues with controllers and phones, which is the fact that if you have a phone and you want to pocket a controller, it's really hard to pocket a controller and a phone at the same time. Whereas the MCon kind of solves that using this very innovative magnetic clip-on thing, which is quite phone. It's quite universal for different phones because it just. Okay, this is quite stuttery. I think I might turn the settings down to low because this is only the M4 Pro, so it's kind of quite demanding. Let's turn this on a different setting. It did warn me that my computer's not fast enough. Okay, let's turn resolution down to 67%. Let's pretend this to low and we'll press apply. And then we'll run the same benchmark again. Let's see if that makes a difference. Yeah, so MCon controller is really exciting. I saw some video from they weren't at CES, but they were at an exhibition that was CES adjacent, and various YouTubers got to try it out. There's this guy I watch called Retro Game Core, who's very good. So I'm just going to look up what people are saying about Wukong. Is it actually better? Wukong. Mattress is also saying that Stalker 2 is no longer super dark. So maybe that's something I should try as well, Stalker 2. Okay, frame rate's substantially better. So this is no frame gen, remember? I'm just turning down the resolution scaling. Turning up the resolution scaling has helped us a lot. I can't tell if there are any issues with the grass. So what will do is load up my save game. There's two big stutters there. I'll run this benchmark twice so that we kind of even out the stutters. Does this work with whiskey? I think it does. You know what? I'm gonna have a little while this is running. I'm gonna have a little peruse on the whiskey Discord. See if they mention anything. Yeah, nothing on the wiki Discord on the whiskey Discord about anything to do with this game porting toolkit 2, which is kind of interesting. So unfortunately, nothing there yet. Let me check the Mac Gaming subreddit. So, because I've been online for a couple of hours now, I haven't really had a chance to look. Okay, good. Has this just crashed it? I wasn't really paying attention. I can hear the sound. But I think it's crashed. Let's try actually just loading the game up properly. Let's load. I'm just trying to see what's wrong with my Bluetooth. Because my controller's working fine before. Yeah, my controller's working. Yeah, this is the base M4 Pro, so not 16 gigabytes, 16 GPU cores, 24 gigabytes of RAM, 12 CPU cores. So I haven't really seen much on the subreddits, I'm afraid. So, you know, as a YouTube channel, can't really test everything. Rely so much on people like testing things out. Like I would never have known that God of War Ragnarok actually works now, unless someone had told me. Because it's impossible to test everything, because so much stuff changes. It changes so quickly in this Mac gaming world, because the work of one person could have like a whole ripple effect on the compatibility landscape. Okay, controller's working now. Let's see me play some really bad Black Myth Wukong. So let's try this, right? Let's have a look at what the the rendering is like, and then we'll compare it to the new version of Game Porting Toolkit 2.0, which just released. So I'm running this first, then I'll move on to the next thing afterwards. So Black Myth Wukong definitely has one of the best graphics in a game that came out last year. Definitely one of the best looking games that ever came out. Have any of you actually completed this game or gotten very far through it? Because I haven't really played much. I'm very bad at the game as well. Like I haven't really defeated like a single boss properly. Like I try to go, maybe this time I'll give it a go. Okay, so this is FSR. This is FSR. Sometimes it doesn't save the settings. So FSR 67 and low. What are the enemies? What are the enemies? Oh, there's not usually enemies here.
Quiet, fool. You don't want to run into that big head.
Okay, I'll try and fight the boss now. I completed 3 times and the final boss 4 times. I've fought this boss. Has the order just changed? Because this feels like it's different. Something feels different about this level because I've completed it several times. I've done this guy so many times, like I'm terrible at this boss. I'm so bad at this game. Dead instantly. I'm so bad at this game, it's ridiculous. I've died to that guy so many times. And my only hope is to like try and grind a bit. Thank you, Gemir, for joining the stream. I'll see you next time. Thank you. Okay. I'll try to kill that guy one more time. I'll see what the frame rate is like. Oh yeah, so these 2 guys are back. Did I kill them before? I shouldn't have used my gourd. Did you complete it? Did you complete the game on the Mac or on a different platform? gonna try this guy again. If you've got any tips for me, okay, then please let me know because I'm just terrible. On my PC with 920 FPS, I think this is the kind of game where you should probably have more RAM. Oh, I'm so bad at this game. Ridiculous. Okay, so die twice. Let's do it again. Yeah, we're running at low at 67% FSR. So let's quit out and then run this again in our crossover preview modified. Let's do this. Okay, so sorry it took so long to do that. Force quit. Quit out of this. Quit. Focus on dodging more. That's right. Okay, so this is my Game Ported Toolkit 2.0. And we'll run this again. Will DLSS work on this? No, DLSS doesn't work. DLSS is proprietary to like NVIDIA cards, and the best we can do is FSR. Okay. When is the next crossover big discount? I think that the next one is going to be at the release of Crossover 25. I anticipate the Crossover 25 gets released in the next month or two. I think if Crossover 25 got released next week or next month, that would not surprise me at all because we're due a crossover update, especially with the headline kind of changes that Crossover Preview has brought, especially with things like the introduction of Red Dead Redemption 2. They probably want to make that cook a little bit longer because that game does not run well on low end Macs. So even on the highest end Mac, it won't run well. So they're probably going to let that one cook a little bit longer, leave that in the oven, make it a bit more mature, and then hopefully will work. It'll work better. So I reckon Crossover 25, when it gets released, it's going to be a little bit more. It'll have this as like a headline news: Red Dead Redemption 2, Marvel Rivals. Hopefully they'll integrate some of the fixes that you need for Marvel Rivals that will work on a Mac. Right now you need to change an environmental variable, which I've listed in my tutorials on my second channel. Are you kidding me? Do I have to do shaded compilation again? Okay, seems to be going faster now. What about whiskey? Yeah, whiskey. I don't know if it works. So, guys, if you want to try whiskey out yourself, I don't really do testing on whiskey. You'll see I've got a video about crossover versus whiskey, like why I don't cover it. I think it's worth paying for the support because they do incredible work. They do incredible work, and it's definitely worth supporting. And if people didn't buy crossover, then the whole wine on the Mac ecosystem would just fail. So just I would really consider whiskey as a kind of gateway towards crossover gaming, because that's where it should be at. Yeah. Is Cyberpunk available on the Mac? We don't actually know what the Mac Cyberpunk is, the format that's going to come in. That being said, right, Cyberpunk 2077 running through crossover preview is like excellent. If you have a fast Mac, you'll get a decent experience out of it. Native version obviously preferable, running with native metal, but what you've got now is also really good. It doesn't need much more than that. No, not yet, but they are making a port for Mac as well as there'll be a port for Assassin's Creed Shadows. Yeah, soon enough. Are people really excited about Assassin's Creed Shadows? Because as far as I can tell, Ghost of Tsushima is like a superior version of Assassin's Creed Shadows. At least they're more authentic anyway. Feels more kind of real. I'm personally quite excited about playing a bit more of Ghost of Tsushima. Yeah. It might be placebo, but I think Palworld is running better. Yeah, I think I need to test Palworld again because I forgot to turn on the DirectX 12 flag, and that makes the game run way better on crossover. So I did some game testing for multiplayer games earlier in the week for streaming, and I think that would be more. I need to test that again. So I'll try crossover preview. Assassin's Creed Shadows got delayed again. So it got delayed. Let me look at Assassin's Creed. Let me look at it on Safari. It's delayed, but it's not more delayed, right? It's just regular delayed, the same delay as before, right? March 20th. In Palworld, right, you can turn on the DX12 flag in the Steam launch options by typing in -DX12, and that makes the game run a lot faster, especially through crossover. Because the Ghost of Yotai is going to be coming out in 2025 as well. Let me try this. Okay. Yeah, S key to try it out because I forgot. I did mean to test that out. Palworld yesterday, and the Windows version through crossover, and yeah, DX12 should be better. Is upcoming MacBook M4 Air with good for Mac gaming? So the M4 MacBook Air is very likely to be very similar to the iMac. So if you look at my iMac gaming video, which is it performs so badly you can hardly find it online. But this one here, where I covered M4 iMac, this is the lower end. This is the lower end version of the M4, the lowest one with 8 GPU cores and 8 CPU cores, and it's very likely going to have that one as the base model. So definitely look at that one. It's probably going to be that, but obviously without any active cooling, which just means that without active cooling, it means that you'll thermal throttle faster. But other than that, it should be fine. It should be very similar to that. Okay, that's low. Which video did I test War Thunder? Let me just find it, because it's here somewhere. War Thunder, I'm pretty sure I did it on this one or this one. Okay, not that one. Okay. Not that one, not that one. This one? The M4 base? Not that one. I did a lot of videos in that week. Oh, not that one. I did all the tanks there. Did I do War Thunder on this? Nope. Was it on the M4 Max? Because that would have been crazy. Yeah, here we are. Yeah, War Thunder running on the M4 Max with the highest. Okay, good. So yeah, my M4 Max video I covered War Thunder. Okay. Okay, cool. I'll try this again. Okay, I'll play this boss a couple of times, and I'm actually only really able to see the difference once I actually compare them side by side. Oof, got an extra ability now. Gotta grind out these abilities, otherwise. Hitting a mobilized enemy with light attack extends the duration. What's the other thing that I did? Okay, let's try. Let's see if this makes any difference to my extremely bad gameplay. I'm not sure if the rendering looks different, but it feels different.
Our king is truly prescient. Someone did so after all.
Okay, let's try and win this fight. I may be late since I only discovered your channel, but do you have any sort of optimization tips guide to make games run faster through crossover? Not really. I'm sorry, but it's just... Just keep dodging this guy. Oh, that one got me back. Oh, that was that last time. Oh my god, am I going to defeat him for the first time? Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Nur Mohammed Sheikh Kalgar. That really helped the that tip of like of this game of focusing on dodging rather than attacking. Oh my god, that helped me so much. Oh my god. Do you know how many times I've played that boss? Oh my god. I can't believe I beat him. Finally. Ooh, a new spell. Transformation. What does this do? Oh, I can transform into him. I just like a permanent transformation. De-transform. I am Sun Wukong, so this makes a lot of sense. I can transform. Still no fix for controller support. I am running a controller on this. Yeah, this game is quite RAM heavy, so 19 gigabytes is like a lot for this game to run. Woohoo! Yeah, I can understand. I also defeated many times in my first play. Transformation is like gaining the ability to become that person for a while. Yeah. Okay, did this crash? I'm sure you've been asked this, but any support for the newest Call of Duty, that's really the game I would bring most players. You're right. But no, sorry, no support for it. I think it just crashed. Okay, good. Yeah, I'll show you Palworld. Okay, I'm gonna run a Palworld for a bit, and then I'm gonna run the original God of War. So, yeah, so DX12. Get a PC already, bro. I have a PC. I'm actually streaming this through a gaming PC, and I have another gaming PC which I'm about to build with a 4080 Super. Yeah. So this is Palworld. Obviously, we're going to get a native port very soon, but I just want to demonstrate that it is possible to get decent performance from the DirectX 12 version of this game. Let's just test this out, see how it works. Now let's see what settings we're using. So let's try medium. So when you play a single player game, you're starting like a dedicated server as well as a game. So I'll test the single player first, just to demonstrate that the DX12 version works pretty good. And then I'll join a multiplayer game just to show you that's pretty good. And then I'm going to show you God of War 2018. Has it fixed the blue dot business? Because that would be very cool. Can I eat something? there anything else I can eat? Green Beard Man. Mac Pro Tips tested these games and they don't work. I'm keen to see what that means. Paldium fragments. Gomia, thanks very much for letting me know. So Mac Pro Tips tested Final Fantasy 16, Horizon Zero Dawn Remaster, Deathloop, Uncharted 4, and Last of Us. Okay, well, I'm glad that he did it and not me, because that's like a lot of work. Yeah, there's something new GPTK stuff. This is Game Porting Toolkit 2.0. It's finally out. And testing out games like Palworld, which is coming to the Mac as a native game, but we're just testing out the DirectX 12 version here. I want to get my guy to like not be so hungry, so that my screen's not completely red. Let's see my pal is hungry. So just the settings we're using, DirectX 12, medium at 1440p. Getting pretty stable 36 FPS. Was that DirectX 12 mode? I find it hilarious you could use a PAL as a flamethrower. It's so funny. And let me just try joining on the multiplayer server, and then we're going to try. So before I had issues joining an actual official server, so I'll just see if I can join this time, and if not, I'll just join a non-official one. I'd love to see a video covering the new GPTK version if there are noticeable differences. Well, this is like the process of getting footage gathered for this. I don't think there's any substantial improvement except for the fact that some games are now working anyway. How much less would the performance be on the base M4 Mac chip? Well, I've tested all of the M4 chips already, so you can check that out. The only way Andy is testing more games is because the sad part is that Apple doesn't post changelog. The saddest thing is that a lot of this work would be a lot easier if they just told us what they changed. Let's start somewhere different. In theory, joining a multiplayer server should make the make it less intensive for the game to run. I hope. The only way to know is thanks to Andy and other people from the Discord community that keep doing tests. Well, the good thing is that we've figured out that many games do work, like God of War. What I'm going to do now is test whether God of War 2018 is better. It's impressive that this is working as well as it is. 60 FPS, medium at 1440p, no upscaling. Because you can't run DLSS. Though you can run the FrameGen mod, which allows us to run FSR. Okay, good. Okay, so that's working. Let's test out some God of War using the new thing. God of War. So God of War 2018. Oh, Thatch Nguyen Ngok. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciated. So you're saying here, I worry about Intel Lunar Lake that can threaten ARM. Okay, Intel. What's so good about Intel Lunar Lake? Let's have a look. Let me have a look at this. Intel Lunar Lake. I mean, personally, I don't really care that much about. I'm not some kind of fanboy for ARM chips. I just like the idea of having like a low power chip that can play and can use for productivity and play games as well. And in a way, you know, the Steam Deck is an x86 platform which manages to run extremely well at low TDPs. Like you could play Balatro for like 10 hours on the Steam Deck, and you can play Final Fantasy VII Remake for about 90 minutes at full settings. Well, not full settings, but 90 FPS, right? So in that sense, there's a lot of flexibility even in the x86 platform. If Intel Lunar Lake can do similar things to the ARM chip, but without all of the compatibility issues, then, you know, that would be pretty good too. Lunar Lake is allegedly dead because it was too expensive. Maybe. I don't really understand what makes silicon expensive. I mean, is it the R&D or the manufacturing? Both.
Pointless. Still bore me.
Why is my controller not working? Okay, low. Try original. Display. Off. Why is my controller not working? Guess still the game's still loading in. I'm just gonna go and quit so I can actually. Well, I'm not sure why my controller's not working. Because my game is definitely working. Yeah, it's still definitely attached. Try this again. I didn't see any specky dots. The only competitor in the game industry is Valve with the Steam Deck. It's just not, Steam Deck's not mainstream yet. It's popular, millions have been sold, but it's not like a Mac, which is hundreds of millions. And it's not like a Switch, which is hundreds of millions as well. And now allowing OS to be installed in other devices, that third party going to be make that's huge. I'm going to do not the stranger bit. I want to do the return to the house because there's a bit where you walk in the house and you get some real close-ups of the thing. Maybe that'll help. Yeah, you can still see the dots. See, there's like artifacting that happens on the game. Still exists in this version of D3D Metal, which is probably the most annoying part of this playing this game. Also, there's a crash when you teleport as well. So I don't really know if we haven't played enough of the new God of War to know whether it's going to work better or not. But that's pretty obvious that it's bad, which is a shame. Okay, I'm going to try 2 more games which are on my list of games which were super chatted to me in the past. So this game still looks incredible. You can't see it so much in the light, but in the dark you can see the spec cleanness. Okay, so the 2 games I'm going to test are on my list there. So at the bottom of the screen you can see like Metaphor, Skylines 2, Metaphor and Skylines 2. So let's just try that. Let's try Cities Skylines. See if there's any nice differences between here and before. How do you think the major shift to frame gen by AI by NVIDIA will affect the future of Mac gaming? Raw, fast performance is simply not enough. I hope that in this WWDC that they do something to do with something similar to DLSS with like AI frame generation. I'm surprised that they didn't really implement some kind of framework for frame generation yet. Dandelion says, I'm curious if Windows ARM machines still can't run the majority of online games with anti-cheat. Well, it's the only way some games can run. For example, GTA Online, you can only use with the Canary. If you have an ARM machine, the only way to run GTA Online is through the Canary build of Windows 11 ARM on a Mac, running through Parallels. That's the only way, really. Yeah, the ARM chip is one thing. Is that full crash? That should work. I haven't really tried City Skylines 2 with Game Porting Toolkit, but that should just work, shouldn't it? Let's just try again. Easy anti-cheat gives you CPU architecture not supported error and won't launch the game. Okay. A lot of people are very disappointed with performance in Cities Skylines 2. You probably want to skip to stick with the first game because the first game has got a Mac port and probably have a better time playing it through there than trying to run it through a translation layer. Yeah. I don't really see ARM taking off with Windows anytime soon. I remember having a conversation with some people at Windows 11 ARM, and they wanted me to do something with PC Gaming Wiki, put together a list of games that work on the ARM chip through Windows, similar to what we do on Apple Gaming Wiki, but for ARM chips games. Like, can you run Call of Duty Black Ops 6 on Windows 11 ARM? But and I told them, like, if you send me a Windows 11 ARM machine, I will make content about it. Like, yeah, and test out gaming on it. But they didn't have any budget. I mean, all these millions of dollars spend on R&D, and they can't even market their laptops properly. It's awful. Okay, I think City Skylines 2 is not working. Okay, let's just hit that metaphor. So somebody asked me to look at metaphor, and apparently there's issues with the audio, so I'm going to test that out. Okay, Lunar Lake have so good performance per watt. Don't forget about Intel 18A node. I'm sure not an Intel fan, but if x86 can be efficient like ARM, yeah. Hopefully, we'll get better performance. x86 has got a lot of room to improve, whether it's on the low end or the high end. Good efficiency or even inefficient chips, it's all possible. Okay, so the big issue with Metaphor is the audio switching. I think that may or may not still be an issue, so I'm not really sure. Okay, if there's any, unless somebody has any bright ideas, let me know. Let's see. See if we run into audio issues. Okay, we have to go to the recruitment center. What's so good about the Intel 18A node? What does that mean? Okay. Let's skip this bit. A 1.8 nanometer. Okay, that's really small, right? Is there supposed to be audio here? Is this part fully voiced? Come on. Spazzing out in a Mac gaming stream about PC hardware. Nobody gives a shit about its next level move. I was thinking about Macs doing the PC streams. Yeah. I think I'm just going to load the level where it's kind of like there's like an open world area, or maybe I'll just start a new game. Can I go back into the world? The kind of desert world with all of the monsters outside. Well, let me go. God of War Ragnarok with crossover 24. Well, I tried it out with crossover preview, so Not actually sure whether it works with anything else, but yeah, Macs aren't for games. Lunar Lake is made by TSMC and 3B. Everything goes back to TSMC at the end of the day. I was watching the Taiwan news this morning, and Jensen, in his leather jacket, just arrived in Taichung Airport just a few hours ago. Nvidia, Apple, AMD all have close ties with Taiwan. Hyperlight Breaker from the Desert Solar Ash came out yesterday and runs fine. Okay. Do people like that game that much? Because what's the most stable version of Crossover? I mean, Crossover Preview works pretty well. You need to have a paid version. You need to be a paid license holder though. So in the Discord thread that I've seen, I can see that some people are saying that Counter-Strike 2 works better using this version of Game 14 Toolkit. So I might test that out today. Did they just die in the first enemy? Oh, I'm not supposed to fight these enemies. Someone just run away, I guess. What's this game trying to teach you? Sadly, RTX 5000 series is still using TSMC N4 just because die size and increased TDP too much. Is this part meant to be voiced? Because people are saying that there's audio issues. Okay. Okay, ReFantazio. Okay, this works. Okay, let's try a bit of Counter-Strike 2. So yesterday I did a bunch of recordings. So just gonna move them over so I can just see them here. What I want to do is test out just moving some stuff over. How to change from GPTK to beta to full release. Well, I kind of did it at the beginning of the stream, but you can also do it through the CX Patcher, which has now been updated. So if you look up a CX Patcher tutorial, then it's going to be the same process. It's just been updated for the latest version. Okay, let's play some Counter-Strike 2. Great, do I have to download it again? Because I moved it over to my other computer. If I can copy it over. Hey, what are you guys working on now? I'm just testing out a few more games that work on the Mac through crossover, the new version of crossover preview. Sorry, the new version of D3D Metal 2.0, which just got released. So I've done God of War Ragnarok, and I've done Metaphor, and I've done Palworld. So just need a couple more, and then that'll be good. Oh, I did a Wukong as well. I'll be able to compare them properly in a minute, just to see which one's better. What I want to do is get the app manifest file. So Counter-Strike to SteamDB has like an ACF file which we need to move, and the ACF file corresponds to the Steam ID. So this one is 730. So I need to copy this one to here, overwrite it, and then I'll quit out of Steam. And I want to compare it to the footage I recorded the other day. It's yesterday. So let me just get that. The footage, I put it here. And I did it under multiplayer games. So I'm still copying it from my main PC. Let's just have a look. I've tested out Rocket League many times. If you use crossover preview, then you can actually run the game quite easily using the Epic Game Store. Detroit Become Human doesn't work just because it's a Vulkan game and we don't have a proper Vulkan, direct Vulkan to Metal translation there, I'm afraid. What's the good, let me think, can I open this with QuickTime? I need an NKV player. What's the best NKV player these days? Infused, does it? I want to test out the thing I did yesterday, which is this one. So what settings was I playing this at? That's what I want to know so I can compare them directly. IINA player. And for Wi-Fi, not the most. Trying to figure out what settings I was using. I'm pretty sure it's like 1440p medium. Maybe I used the other setting, which is yeah, I need to use another player. Let me see, because I can't navigate properly. Just find out. I've never used IRNA Player before. Let's see if I can. Actually, let's not use this right now. I'm not going to do Epic Game Store right now. Let's do some Counter-Strike 2. Okay, so we have the files going to look at. Let's use the Elgato instead. This is the stream I did yesterday, so just looking for the settings that I actually used. Was it low? Yeah, I think that was it, low 1440p. So I was testing it on this Mac yesterday, so I don't want to redo the footage again. Yeah, it's low 1440p, so we can directly compare the two. You don't really need to run a game like this higher than low. Just kind of compare. Yeah, you can run Marvel Rivals on Crossover Preview. I did it yesterday, so you can have a look at that. I'm just looking at the footage I did yesterday. It's really hard to scrub between footage, which is a 4-hour-long video, because these tiny windows are not designed for. Do that. I made my own video about how to do on how to run Marvel Rivals on a Mac. It's quite straightforward. Okay, let's compare low settings on a Mac. Okay, let's close this. I might play some Marvel Rivals as well. Just search Andrew Time Marvel Rivals and the video will appear. Basically, my job, if you can call this a job, is basically to test out every major new game running on a Mac. So if you see it, I'm probably there. If it's something that's popular, I've probably done a video already. So there's a couple of fixes that you need to do in order to run Marvel Rivals, including changing a environmental variable. Right. Oh. Okay, so it's just downloading some content, doing an update. Yeah, I've done a lot of videos, so I think I might try and play some Marvel Rivals as well. Let me just check what the stats I use for that. I did see the Nintendo Switch 2 trailer. I had a look at it just now on stream, like about an hour ago. I think I might try Marvel Rivals as well. So I did that stream like 2 days ago for Marvel Rivals. Just trying to see which what settings I use. Just looking on my main computer. I think I had it at 1440p low graphic settings with FSR set to quality mode, and that worked really well on this M4 Pro. So I'll try this both out, and then I'll run that game. Thanks for the tip. Command S. Yeah, the INA player looks pretty good, apart from the fact that the scroll bar is so small. That's why I really like using the updated versions of Media Player Classic on Windows computers, because the scroll bar is the full length of the window. It makes no sense for it to be smaller. So Macro Tips apparently is tested Final Fantasy 16, and we don't have, it's not working apparently. It's worth checking out his Discord. It's got a good Discord. Okay, so what is split fiction? So QD Wang, I think you've asked this question before. Sorry, I was typing QD Wang. Split fiction. Is this a big game? Pre-order, eh? When does this come out for real? 6th of March. I'll test that one. Ask me then, okay? That's ages away. It's like a lifetime away. There's so much stuff happening between now and then. I have no idea. Basically, if the game gets like over 100k concurrent players, then I'm definitely going to test it. Yeah, I'm excited about FF7 Rebirth as well. Hopefully we're going to get this working on a Mac. I still haven't finished Final Fantasy VII Remake yet. I might try and play it on stream. Just waiting for my Counter-Strike 2 to... What is it doing? Installing. One patch shouldn't take that long. Let me check. Let me glean the Mac gaming subreddit. Any more like new info? Has anything come out? Latest update. Yeah, this Ubisoft Connect. You have to be using Windows 7 bottle to get this Ubisoft Connect to work. Someone tell him that. If you make an Ubisoft Connect, bottle, if I'm correct, if this even is going to exist in the future, all right, let's just try it. What will happen is that it'll make a Windows 7 bottle, so that normally. I'll write something in a minute, or someone else will write it. Because if you install the Ubisoft Connect bottle, you can set it through, but maybe this is a new issue because they're saying that it worked before. Someone made a video about how to update GPTK 2. Is this today, CX Patcher? Yeah, someone's already made one. Let's just try it live. I'll help this dude out while I'm waiting for this to open. Then also play a bit of Marvel Rivals. I think that might be fun. Looking at the Mac Gaming subreddit is like incredibly useful. It's like you're able to crowdsource all this new information, which would be pretty much impossible to figure out on your own. I've got a temporary fix for playing Battle.net games. Why is this stuck on 350 megabytes? If that doesn't move anymore, then I'll just stop and I'll just do Marvel Rivals. Can anyone tell me if God of War Ragnarok will work on an M4 Mini? I mean, maybe. Maybe about 30-40% slower than what I've been testing on the M4 Pro, at least. I think that's got itself stuck. I might give up on yeah, 19 gigabytes of memory is not cheap. I think this is like stuck. Something's gone wrong with this. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is let's run some Marvel Rivals instead. Okay, so you need this environmental variable. And this just gives a bit of a kick for Marvel Rivals to, and maybe some exception for the anti-cheat for running the game through Wine. This is still trying to install. Still stuck on this 349.5, which is 100% download. Okay, let's try and log into Ubisoft Connect to help this dude out. Yeah, oh, it doesn't like that. It's still stuck on this update. Might have to uninstall it and reinstall it from scratch. Not going to do that today. Okay, let's load up Marvel Rivals and then call this a day. I had a lot of fun playing Marvel Rivals last time. It was only 2 days ago. One day announced Cyberpunk playable on iPhone and iPad, the whole world collapsed. I wish that was the case, but really, I think that the world is really derived from live service games, right? So Cyberpunk is a game similar to like GTA. There's a lot of replayability in an open world single player city. But really what's made them the most money is GTA Online. That's like a cash cow. So that's the thing that's going to make the difference is live service. If I was in charge of Apple, I would not be trying to port any kind of single player game because it's kind of pointless because they're just consumed and then used up and then thrown away. There's no point. They should be focusing on the low-hanging fruit, like things like Genshin Impact, right? Such an easy game. They have an existing relationship with MiHoYo already. The fact that there's no Genshin Impact is like a tragedy. Okay, 1440p medium quality mode. That should give us similar performance to what we had before. Does GTA 5 have native support on Mac? It doesn't, but it'll run okay on crossover. Runs really well on crossover, but GTA Online does not support it because of new BattleEye anti-cheat. That's something that, unfortunately, it's not going to change anytime soon. Okay, I'll let this Marvel Rivals load up. I think the other problem is that Marvel Rivals, right? I've installed it on my NAS instead of locally. I think that what I need to do probably actually is move Marvel Rivals to the local drive again That's going to be faster than trying to do the... Yeah, I've only got 13 gigs available. What? Whew, that's bad. How did I only end up with 13 gigabytes of data? Oh, it's because of Ragnarok, isn't it? Stupid Ragnarok. Ragnarok. Okay, let's delete that. Okay. That's better. 200 gigs of space. Okay, good. Maybe that's why it's not updating properly. Just see here. Yeah, what we should do is just move Marvel Rivals. I think that the quickest way to do this actually would be to just copy the folder from my NAS. So let me just find my NAS. And then we need to find the ACF file. Which is 2767030. I'll pop this here in the Steam apps. So that should be a 3-minute download. And what I'll do here is I'll disconnect my NAS from the storage drive. I'll just quit out and do this again. I think the easiest way is just to take it off. There's a lot of this like library management, which would be a lot easier if the Steam had an option to like choose which version of the game to load from. Because like if you have multiple libraries, it's kind of a pain. So what I'll do is once this file copy is over, I'll disconnect the NAS and then reload Steam, and then it won't even see my external drive. And hopefully that's going to fix all the issues. So we have to run with that environmental variable, not that one, the one. This one here. And then you have to use this tutorial here. Oh, what's this? God, there's always those Smack Gaming, Steam Deck, Marvel, Rivals, environmental variable. This is it. I should actually put this in the actual video description, shouldn't I? Steam Deck equal 1 command. Yeah, so I'll run that in a moment. Assetto Corsa Evo is out. Is that on Steam, eh? They just give up. No. don't give up. Steam Windows. Okay, let's just do this again. Marvel Rivals. Just copy it to the C drive somewhere. Let's put it here first. Then will Mac have native support for RDR2 anytime in the future? Never, probably. It'll probably never have native support because native support is quite a big ask. It would be like asking Rockstar to make a specific port. They won't even release the GTA Definitive Editions as native Mac ports, even though they basically are Mac ports on the iPhone, iPad. Albeit, I mean, there's versions sold through the Netflix subscription and then also through the App Store as well as full price games. So it's kind of crazy that they won't do that. And so Red Dead Redemption 2 is never going to get native Mac support. Right? If they wanted to support Mac gaming, it'd be really, really easy for them to do. All they have to do is tick the box which says publish this game to Mac, put back in the keyboard and mouse support and the track and the support, and then yeah, do that. What's your opinion on Nintendo Switch 2? It looks really good. I looked at it on stream like a couple of hours ago, so I'm quite excited about it. I'm not going to buy a Nintendo Switch 2. I think I need to stop buying Nintendo consoles because I buy them and I don't play them. Right? They just feel too restrictive. Their games are way too expensive. And I'm not really talking about Switch 2 here. I'm just talking about Nintendo in general. It's just too expensive. And almost all of their games just run better through emulators. They feel more freeing. Playing a game using save states, you know, we don't have Wii U save states yet, but it would be nice. It's just nicer playing a lot of Nintendo games using save states. I kind of hate the Nintendo online systems. They just feel extremely inflexible. So no, I'm not going to get a Nintendo Switch 2. What about put a cable from iPhone to screen, full macOS desktop showing to your eye? That's a story for another. Are you talking about an Apple Vision Pro there? Putting like a screen on your eyes so you can see the whole thing in a virtual environment. I did enjoy using the Apple Vision Pro. It's a good headset. I'd consider buying one, but I know it's a waste of money. I think probably we could buy a Vision, like a Quest. I'll buy a Quest 3 at some point. Some of the textures that used to glitch out are fixed. Okay. Assassin's Creed Origins seems to be working slightly better on the GPTK full release. Okay. Well, that might be a good candidate for getting my Ubisoft Connect working. Let me see if it is balked. Yeah, so this is the error message that person's getting on the Mac Gaming subreddit. So why is that? So I can see that Aki, you're in here. Yours is working all right, but mine is not. Mine's giving this error message, which is the version of Windows the version of Ubisoft Connect is not compatible with the operating system. So if we go to wine config, if we change it to Windows 10, does that do anything? Maybe it likes Windows 10 now. Hi Jay Fisher, welcome to the stream. Thank you for coming. I'm just trying to get Marvel Rivals copied over. Did that copy over correctly? Okay, it did copy over. Okay, good. Let's put this here. Okay, let's see if I can actually run this now. I'm trying to run I want to run Marvel Rivals, and I'm also looking at Ubisoft Connect at the same time. So I think if I change this version to Windows 10, I want to try Ubisoft Connect directly because that's how you get Ubisoft Plus working, which is a simple way to get all of the games subscriptions working better. So what I'm going to do now is just disconnect my I'm going to disconnect from my games drive. Then I'm going to run this command as Steam Deck equals 1. Is that not the right command? Assetto Corsa Evo. How big is this game? If it's not that big, I could buy it and then see if it works. 100 gig, maybe that's another day. Feels like another day's work. Okay, questions are, let me just read the chat a little bit. Give me a sec. How can these games work with multiplayer? Isn't there some kind of kernel level anti-cheat that would make it impossible? Not all games have anti-cheats, or at least they don't all have anti-cheat, which is extremely difficult, strict necessarily. They allow Wine games to run through Wine. Okay, shader compilation. I'll be right back. Okay, we're in. Let me get my headphones. Space to continue. I tested Forza 2 on Xenia already. Okay. Okay, so let's make sure to change the settings. Can't interact with the screen. So before you could Alt Tab. Can't enter chat either. Okay, so this is the same settings I was using yesterday, I guess. Quality mode. Oh, I was on medium before. I'll just check this actually. Let me just try restarting because I can't seem to click, and I'm not playing this game with with a controller. Because my MacBook crossover is not working properly, a week I downloaded and installed GTA San Andreas 5 on Steam, and I'm playing the game, it freezes about 10 seconds. I think it's best to play San Andreas through Virtual Machine. Or play it emulated on PS2. It's possible to install Fortnite using FN Mac Assistant. I haven't tested it out yet, so planning to do a video on it at some point, but not yet. When I've got time. I've got a lot of stuff to do. Can't click. Okay, maybe I will play on a controller then. Oh my god. You want to use something called FN Mac Assistant to install the mobile version of Fortnite onto a Mac.
I'm not a hero. I'm the Punisher. I'll fight this war against crime until I fall.
I can't seem to use my keyboard mouse for some reason.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
You know my weapons can still lock onto you, even when you're invisible.
I thought we were supposed to be on the same side, Frank.
We are, for now. But in this business, that can change in a heartbeat.
I'll be sure to remember that. And when it does, I'll be ready.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We'll do this the same way we always do. Together.
Out of sight!
I promise we'll finish this.
I'm hunkering down.
Better stop that vehicle! They've made it halfway!
Extended my deployment.
Stop them!
Okay. I'm not good at playing this. I'm not sure why the keyboard is not working, but performance is decent, I suppose. It's quite map dependent as well, so people are saying that.
There's still a chance to stop them!
I am ready to cause some chaos.
Need some ranged firepower.
They hit a checkpoint! Now might be a good time to stop them. Double KO!
Targets down.
Better stop that vehicle!
Ouch.
Needed that boost.
We're finding our groove. What do I do for an up?
Let's go Frank is my favourite.
Extended my deployment.
Well, prepare to be very disappointed by my gameplay because I've played for this for less than an hour, I think.
Snow over here. Part-time international pop star and full-time
They've made it
superhero.
halfway! Stop them!
Oh, one has got lasered. Oh, double kill.
Stop that vehicle!
Extended my
Double
deployment.
KO! There's still a chance to stop them!
I don't think there's a chance to stop him.
I'm hunkering down.
They hit a checkpoint! Now might be the time to stop them!
Again! Again! Never miss. Bad guys won't like this. Never miss.
Double KO!
They ain't seen
They'll never
nothing
see me
yet.
coming.
We are not doing well in this match.
Namor shall bide his time, for now.
It's now or never! Stop them!
Judge, jury, executioner! Needed that boost.
We're finding our groove.
It's not necessarily anything to do with crossover that requiring RAM. It's the game requires RAM, okay? Crossover, it's only the games that we're trying to run on these machines is kind of a bit ridiculous.
Need some ranged firepower.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
I think I'll play a bit better with the keyboard and mouse. I'm not sure why it's not working. Wait, my keyboard is working. My mouse is working. Let me just try on my scoreboard's not working either, so. Got 3 kills. I've got the highest number of kills on my team and I'm playing terribly. This runs on a Steam Deck though. Steam Deck only has 16 gigabytes of RAM, right? Let me just go into practice mode.
You hurt people, I hurt you. Heads up, hostiles! Smoke up!
It's quite late now, so I'll be going. I'll probably try Assetto Corsa Eva. Yeah, I'll definitely try it. If other people say it works, I'll definitely give it a go.
So weak.
I don't understand why my WASD keys are not working. My escape key's not working either. It's so weird because this was working fine yesterday. I guess my controller will have to do for now. What is the oh, I've got
Heads up, hostiles! Out of sight! More scum scraped off.
That's 3.
Need some ranged firepower.
Wow, 4 in a row. 5. That's amazing. 6 in a row. Way to go. Unbelievable.
Judge, jury, executioner! Night night, mope.
Double KO. That's 3.
it doesn't work on the deck? Really?
Wow, 4 in a row. 5. That's amazing.
So I'm supposed to use this to get up. I don't know why my mouse is not working. Turn my sensitivity down. Really?
Another bump in the road.
Double KO.
Okay, let's try one more game. I'll play on controller for a bit, and then maybe I will turn my sensitivity down slightly. Let me just try this. Okay, let's play. The game does work on deck as long as you add the Steam Deck command variable, then it will work.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'm not a hero. I'm the Punisher.
I'm not sure if this works better than game porting Toolkit Beta 3, so that's kind of one of the big questions, I guess. Ooh, Eman saying Sekiro working better. Okay, I'll try Sekiro after this. Sekiro.
Weapons are tools, and I'm the master craftsman.
Asgard has been invaded yet again. But as always, Loki.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Better stutter here.
You are not as human as you look, are you?
I am not human at all. I am a god. Do you truly believe you can stop my grand scheme as such?
This map is a bit laggy.
Otherwise, respect is something to be earned, not
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Oh, this performance is much worse.
Battlefield ready again.
Oh, it's not good. I can't even play because the frame rate's so low. Oh my god. This map is bad. It's not the game, and it's not the translation there necessarily. It's that this is it's killing me.
Today.
a strange mystical object.
Yeah, this is unplayable. Okay.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Oh yeah, it's what I need to do is disable the. Always forget to do this. Got to kill the launcher.
If we turn back now, Ixgard falls.
You cannot hurt me.
The enemy has arrived.
Yeah, I'm really letting down the team. It's fine, my dudes.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Much better. The moon haunts you.
Your attacks are futile. Back for step lively, or Loki's gonna have all the Chronovium he wants.
One of Moon Knight's onks, I presume. Do clean up your toys, Mr. Spectre.
Yeah, some maps not gonna like it. Okay. We're going into swap memory because it's using a lot of RAM. Okay, I'll quit out of this. Okay, let's try somebody said Sekiro is working well. How much do you drink cola? I drink a lot. Like 3 or 4 a day? Is that a lot? Okay, let's quit out the bottle. Let's reload Steam. I drink Coke Zero, so this is the zero calories. Otherwise, I think I might be dead if I drank normal Coke. Something feels like a little bit off with the Mac now that I was trying to run that game. I think what I'll do is I'll just restart the whole Mac entirely. Give it a bit of a fresh go. Andrew, I know you are mostly into Mac stuff, but have you checked out Bazite yet? It's basically Steam OS. Would be interesting once to get some ARM ports. Yes, it would be very interesting to see Bazite. Heard a lot of good things about it. About to build a new gaming PC, and so my old PC is something that I'm going to decommission, and what I want to do is then install Bazite onto it, and then have it as my living room gaming PC. I think that's going to be really cool if I could get that working. What I would like to do is have a machine which I can just hibernate in the middle of a game. That's probably my favorite feature of the Steam Deck, is that you can just turn it off in the middle of any game and just resume it later. I like to be able to do something like that. I think that would be cool. The stats is something called Metal HUD. So if you want to find out how to add Metal HUD, then just if you want Metal HUD, then you just do a search for my name and the word Metal HUD, and you will find it. I put it on my wife's ROG Ally, and it's way better for her than the stock experience. Steam OS is brilliant. For the Steam Deck, it's absolutely amazing. I love being able to load up a game and then play it instantly. The layer, the wine layer, is actually a benefit rather than an issue. And yeah, it's really cool. The main problem is that I think it's limited to the Steam Deck. So if Bazite can get it working on a desktop a desktop computer, then that'd be way better than having it on a portable device. Yeah, so the ROG. I think earlier in the chat I was talking about how quite excited by the Legion Go S, which is going to have, which is going to be the first official Steam OS handheld. I think it's really cool that it's going to be more powerful than the Steam Deck, only about 15% more at the same TDP, but it's capable of achieving high TDPs with the new Z2. Yeah, anti-cheat is an issue. I think it's just mostly just the case of the fact that anti-cheat games are like a specific type of, live service type game. It's not necessarily a big deal. Because it's only really if you play this kind of anti-cheat style games. Hogwarts Legacy runs under beta under. Okay, that's cool. Just want to run this at the right resolution. So I've got this at 1440p. All right, I'll buy the version with the most RAM. Yeah, that sounds right. Okay, my monitor does not like. Let's try 60 Hertz. Palworld allows x86 ISOs now. Yeah, I haven't really tried it yet. Yeah, this doesn't like full screening. can't go this go over 720p. Okay, let's just try this. CMOS is also being opened up. Yeah, it'll be crazy to see Bazite running an x86 virtual machine on a Mac through Parallels or something. Why can't I full screen this? I'll just ask Eman. How many games have I tried today? I think quite a few. Like 10 or something? I don't know. I think I want to run this at 1440p in windowed mode, even though it's got windowed mode on. Is it possible to run GTA 5 without any major headaches now? Yes, single player, it works pretty well. Just that you can't play online multiplayer, that's all. Gotta kill the chicken, right? It's running at 60, so I don't see how this is a big deal. You can run non-Steam games on the Mac as long as you have my son's coming home. Okay, good. So Sekiro dies twice. Let's try it again. So this is max graphics settings that I'm testing this out on. Also terrible at this game as well. I wish there were patch notes. Yeah, I wish there were patch notes so I didn't take all the guesswork out of this, you know? Okay, I'll just do this section again now that we've got max graphics settings. I am still running this in windowed mode because I still don't actually know how to get this full screen past 720p. I don't know why. I think the key is just to avoid all these enemies, and then we'll just go straight to the bad boss. This is it. Ouch. Death. Okay, so it's running at 60 FPS, 1440p max settings. So I'm a bit of a struggle to see any other games that are working through D3D Metal 2. Somebody's saying that Squadrons works better now. Like Star Wars Squadrons. Let me see if I got that. Yeah, E-Man also saying that that's working better, so let's just see. Do I have Star Wars Squadrons? I'm going to get Squadrons working because... Has anyone ever got Squadrons working before? Squadrons... Star Wars Squadrons become playable, but the multiplayer won't work because of easy anti-cheat. What Mac is being used, this is the Mac Mini with the M4 Pro chip. Yeah, M4 Pro, 24 gigabytes of RAM. Any multiplayer games that work? Yes, Marvel Rivals, although the last map I tried kind of slowed down a bit, quite a lot, substantially. Okay, I don't think I've actually played this much before. I do own the game for some reason, I'm not really sure why. I don't think this has been played on a Mac before. Like literally not ever been played on a Mac, which is kind of nuts. Because I don't see any footage of the Star Wars Squadrons Mac. There's nothing on YouTube showing that this is working on a Mac. So apparently this is something new. Would be cool. Apparently multiplayer won't work because of easy anti-cheats. Let's play some of the story. Okay, guys. Yeah, Minecraft is Bedrock is only really playable through virtual machine. There is like an Android launcher, but it's not going to be updated in the future. So you want to be using the virtual machine really. It's not ideal, to be honest.
You're right, sir. It is good to fly old school again. There's something very forthright about a TIE fighter.
Looks like someone is testing battle formations.
Better here than in the field again.
Keep your distance, Helix. Those engines run hot enough to vaporize a TIE.
I've known a few daredevils who found that out the hard way.
TIE pilots push the limits. Sometimes the limits push back.
Okay, when are we going to get some actual battle?
Good. All systems calibrated, and the fleet is in good shape.
The Vigilance reports our Gozanti transport is ready.
Helix Squadron, head to the Gazanti and dock for hyperspace jump.
Can you use parallels to an external SSD or only works with internal? You can put a virtual machine on an external, but I wouldn't recommend it.
So its locks can engage. Helix Squadron are docked and clear for hyperspace jump. Remember, Helix, we'll have support, but finding the refugee convoy is up to us.
The newest crossover preview doesn't contain this. In the beginning of the stream, I show you how to actually manually upgrade this. We can also use the X-Petra as well. That's a nice little tutorial. Now I know how to fly a ship properly. Let's skip this.
Trading post in the sector.
It's only a haven for thieves and pirates. If the refugees are hiding here, clearly they're not as innocent as they
Owning, I want to explain everything in a follow-up video, which I'll do tomorrow or next week or something. It's basically going to cover all this stuff.
Carriers moving into position.
blockade is forming up.
You can't use the X-Petra on crossover preview. You can
Interesting. There's a lot of cargo traffic today.
you can manually upgrade it like I do in this stream, or you can use the latest regular crossover 24.0.5 and then use the X-Petra to upgrade it there.
Prepare for immediate inspection. And this is Haven Station Master. Kindly avoid harassing my customers. If they cooperate, they'll be fine. Pilot, proceed.
I'll handle it.
Check your forward sensor. It will identify potential targets. Pilot, begin by inspecting that ship.
Well, let's inspect the ship.
We have always been loyal to the Empire.
I think I might try upping the graphics on this, because this could easily go higher.
See? We're loyal. I swear.
No sign it's from Alderaan. Keep looking.
Good. Check that ship next.
Look, I'll pay anything. Just don't impound my ship.
I remember playing back in the day, playing a game called X-Wing versus TIE Fighter.
Refugees aboard.
That was an epic.
Carry on.
So you're not impounding my ship?
There. A ship's trying to flee from a simple inspection. We should teach them some manners.
All pilots, bring your weapon systems online. Pilot, track it on your sensors and fire a small volley. Just enough to damage them. Then see if they're hiding the refugees. There, stop that ship.
All right. Scan us then. Just stop shooting.
No refugees here, sir. Just smuggled weapons and a cargo of spice.
Let the fleet handle those smugglers. We should get to the station. My customers are legitimate traders. You have no right.
Captain, the station's defenses just activated.
Helix Squadron, destroy those turrets. We can't search under fire. Out here, no one shoots unless they're prepared for return fire. Even the Empire should know that.
Targets destroyed.
Under fire.
The defense capability is dropping. Keep going.
Targeting is useless.
This is quite a fun game. But apparently there's not much of a single player campaign, right? It's mostly... It's meant to be like a VR showcase, I think, I heard at the time. Has anyone played much of this game?
Turrets down. That should do. Good shooting, pilot.
Our reputation will never recover from this.
Captain James, I think I found where the refugees are hiding. On our way. Pilot, with me.
Still kind of used to just flying the ship. It's pretty cool.
We've got enemy activity.
Pilots down. We have rebel X-Wings on sensors.
Good. Drag these Imperials off my station. They must be protecting the convoy. Defend yourselves if necessary. I'll look for the refugees. They got me.
Do we have to manually update our GPTK versions or is the patch updated? It is updated now, so you can do it using GP. You can use it on the regular version of of Crossover 24.05. Oh, it's cool to see that Squadrons is working. I wonder what else is working. What's the other big ticket? We've got Marvel Rivals. We've got what other thing is like big. Let me see what we've got. Try CS2. Oh yeah, Counter-Strike 2. Let's do it. I had some issues updating it. I'm having some issues patching it, that's why. So we can get an update going. Squadrons is good. That's a new one. Like I've never seen it played before. Let's check the Mac Gaming subreddit, see what people are saying about it. We'll see if we can get this to update, because I do want to play it later. I might have to like delete it and re-download it at another point. How many people are playing Assetto Corsa, the new one? What's Ares 5? I've never heard of that game. Whew, a lot of people are trying this. It's getting stuck at this stage for some reason. I think what I'm going to have to do is uninstall it and then reinstall it, which is like, it's quite a large game. I have tested Path of Exile 2 before, but not in this, not GPTK 2, because it worked fine on beta 3, so I'm not really worried about that. I wonder how long it'll take to download this. This might kill my stream speed. It's got okay, good. Yeah, this is gonna take too long. I think what I'm gonna do is if this is exciting enough, then what I'll do is I'll run Assetto Corsa Evo today. I'll download it and try it out, and if it does work, then I'll do another stream. Okay. Oh, but Eamon says that if I want to get Sekiro working at 1440p at full screen, I have to set it in high res mode, high DPI mode. So I don't really use that mode very much, but there's a high resolution mode here I could turn on. Okay, I'll test this out later. Anyway, that is my stream, I think, today of Game Porting Toolkit 2.0. Expect a video. It's going to have a brief tutorial, basically, on how to get this running. It's quite cool to see that we do have some additional compatibility. God of War Ragnarok is really exciting. But yeah, here I'm going to be ending the stream. So thank you very much for joining today. Thank you for the super chats. If you've got any ideas of other games you want me to try before I publish my main video, then make sure to leave a comment. Anyway, guys, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next stream. So I'll be testing a Assetto Corsa Evo and probably Counter-Strike 2 maybe later, but that's going to be for another day. So thank you very much, and I'll see you in